in the system, and then we all vote positively for each other, essentially. So we present Merit Rank, and we make a trade-off in all these three areas. And Merit Rank provides is a reputation mechanism, reputation as a service that provides Sybil resistance without using KYC. It provides reputation without any trusted oracles. It is fully decentralized and fully controlled by the community. And as far as we are aware, it works for all the decentralized application use cases that we identified and tested. So let me also take a brief moment to introduce our team. So we are currently a team of 3 people. So we have an academic background. We over the years we've built a strong academic network, and we work together with Day1 academia, and we also are looking forward to work with industry partners, and we are currently looking for investors also. So the market opportunity here is for any debt that needs to be Sybil tolerant. So this, for example, includes the latest generation of decentralized autonomous organizations, but it can also be used for the plenty of decentralized finance projects with tokenomics mechanisms going on. So we would like to make the Merit Rank reputation mechanism, at least the basis of it. We want to make it open source. We aim to make it a public good protocol. But we also want to provide consultancy for DAOs, because we have unique experience with reputation and applying reputation to many different use cases. We're also looking forward to providing tailor-made reputation engines for specific decentralized finance or other Web3 projects. And that's basically it. So if you want to know more about our projects, please contact us. I'll be walking around this whole workshop, and thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. Do we have Team Fabster or Zenland? Fabster, amazing.
Hi, my name is Jules Lai. I'm the CTO of Fabster. Let me just walk you through this story. Okay. Go on down. We're not on there yet. Story starts in Hill Valley. We have our main protagonist of the story, Marty. He's a singer-songwriter. He logs into Spotify artists, and he notices he has 1 million monthly streams, which is quite a lot. But he's getting just 0.003 per stream and 0.000, I lose count on the number of zeros from YouTube. He drinks himself to sleep because he's so happy, I guess. So, and so he becomes homeless. He goes to a scrapyard to sell his items, his bike, and it's a cold night, so he stealthily sneaks back into the scrapyard to sleep in the car. Wakes up in the bright morning, sees all these flashy dials, and says, "Okay, what's this red button?" So he's pressed this red button, and also fog and exhaust fumes span out, and then he decides, well, there's a wall there. Maybe I should end it all, So he posts on social media, says his last words, and he presses that button, and he's going to that wall at 60 miles an hour. And guess what happens? Oh, he wakes up, and there is this shiny new laptop, and it looks something from future as well. Sees the date on it, and it says 2032, well into the future. So he logs into a video music app, and says it's Web3 as well, and promises to build his own community of fans and without intermediaries. No bank account required, which is great because he hasn't got a bank account at the moment. He's broke. Marty uploads his songs, and all of a sudden, got all these fans and other artists saying what great stuff he's done, and he can talk to them, chat to them, and so on. What a great community. He's having fun at last. Yeah, and he, say, okay, come on, where's your next song? So he says, what he does is tokenizes projects, basically, and his fans invest in his future. So he goes, great, I've got money now to buy some guitars and a new microphone, set up a studio, and so on. So he goes out the door as his apartment, and these kids on their hover bikes, almost hit him and everything like that. Right. He uploads his songs, and and he instantly, basically via NFTs, ERC1155s, sells out and trades on the platforms, secondary markets. So he's making money from every trade as well. And he's receiving all these badges as well from recognized institutions, award ceremony institutions, and so on, and saying, yes, your songs are great, and so on, and he's getting this best newcomer badge, and that brings in more traffic, and he lots of musicians start contacting him. He forms a band, creates a DAO to pay for investors that funded his new album. And his songs now become a worldwide hit, and he goes on a sellout tour. But is he dreaming? Okay, but the future, the lovely future that he was involved in, is now a future that is possible now with Fabster. Fabster is a video streaming, audio streaming platform, e-commerce, fundraising, and most importantly, socially community-driven platform. All features are there now. We are a team of 4 people. We're quite small. We want to launch this product because I think this is a value-added product, and this is so important now to have a proper, it's my belief in a way, system in place in the world that can compete with all the big tech companies like Netflix, Spotify, Google even, Amazon. And we have a one-stop shop platform that does everything. I mean, it's important because we want the interface to be clean, available for anyone to onboard, so that even some users don't even want to use wallets and just want to get on with watching content, consuming content. So we're there. We want to change the world. Basically, we think this is creates a fair community for content creators who are usually last in the food chain. And so they don't get the money they deserve for creating end products themselves. So yes, we are looking for $1.5 million per year for 2 years, and we would love to show you a demo of the product as well. So yes, thank you greatly.
Awesome, that was great. Back to the future. Next up, we have Team Zenland. Are we here? Okay. Swapnil from New RL, would you be interested? Okay, cool.
Hi everyone, my name is Swapnil. I'm the founder of Neural. Neural's aimed as a public blockchain layer 1 for real world use cases, as we call it. So let's quickly look at the problem we're looking to solve. We are squarely focused on inclusive finance, small businesses and also individuals left out by conventional TradFi as well. That's about a $8.6 trillion market. We are looking to address almost all of it across India and US to start with, and then go to other markets. The problems with the existing solutions, both on the TradFi side and the DeFi side, is that TradFi only uses credit scores and other such stuff, and DeFi, as exciting as it's been in the crypto native domain, actually does very little for inclusive finance outside. So if you don't have a crypto token, you really can't do much in DeFi. So can you imagine a small business actually trying to borrow using Ethereum today? Short answer, no. And we want to make that a reality. So what's the solution here? It's to actually bring trust back and then enhance it. What we mean by that is, the real world is neither a trustless jungle, nor is it a high trust utopia. We are somewhere in between. And how do we actually use this social capital that all of us have, varying degrees, formalize it in some form, so that you can actually use it for credit worthiness assessment or counterparty assessment in many situations, including lending. So Neural is, think of it as WhatsApp meets Ethereum and they meet Credit Bureau. The differentiators for us, essentially, we are one of the few layer ones which actually insist on identifiability at a protocol layer. So yes, there is a decentralized version and a centralized version, but either way, every wallet on Neural is associated with a real person, natural or legal, but a real person. And that's a big difference vis-a-vis the current layer ones. And this solves for one important problem that a lot of friends of mine, for example, in Web2, when I ask them, why don't you adopt blockchain? They say, look, you're not compliant. And our regulators won't listen to using blockchain just for the efficiency. Right? The second part of the same worry is the tokens on most of these layer ones aren't legally enforceable. There isn't anything underlying them. So it's actually perfectly fine if you have a crypto native or digital native asset, like a digital collectible. But let's say you're fractionalizing a property and somebody's collecting rent and they don't pay up. How do you sue them on Ethereum? You can't say code is law because the property exists in the real world. And so that's what we're trying to bridge. All tokens and smart contracts on Neural have the option of associating with a real world English or whatever language contract they actually have. And probably the most important differentiator for us is the social graph. We don't want to see people as collections of individuals anonymously dealing with each other, but actually interacting and enhancing or reducing their trust in each other through violation or adherence to contracts. So it's not a memoryless system. In DeFi today, you can actually default on a loan, you lose your collateral, but that's it. There is no history of your bad behavior or good behavior if you repay. We want to bring that back and make it accessible for your next counterparty. And you can use it in other situations like jobs or Airbnbs and stuff like that. Last but not the least, current layer ones are very exclusive to techies and people who understand all the solidity and so on and so forth. We want to actually build no-code DAOs and DEXs and smart contracts which people can use by simply instantiating them. All the theory aside, have we actually been deployed in real world? Short answer is yes. We have 9 ecosystem partners across warehouse receipt financing for agri-commodities worth about 100 million plus. Brand tokenization, where consumers can actually own part of a brand rather than just being loyal, just owning loyalty points. We have water offset tokens, carbon credits, and startup financing. And all of this is actually live and happening. Where we are today, so team quickly about myself, I spent about 18 years in finance across asset management, credit, quant finance, and I was a quant fund manager before I moved to Web3. The rest of the team also comes from solid backgrounds, including big banks and good institutes. The stage we are at, we're currently in mainnet. 31st October is when we launched it. And we did a testnet for about a month before that. We had 1,000 plus nodes from around the world. Indonesia, Turkey, China, besides India, US, UK, and so on. And deeply engaged communities across all of them. The mainnet is now live, and we have about 400 plus nodes there, all of them KYC, to be clear. Nobody's walking away from it just because we're saying your identity is important. And currently, we raised about $1 million last year. Currently, we're in the seed token sale phase. About a quarter of it is already committed. The remaining one is still up for grabs. We're doing a set of private rounds from December onwards till May. Public sale is going to happen in Q3, Q4, 2023. So I guess that, in a nutshell, is all about me. Thank you so much for listening in. I'm looking forward to talk to you.
That was great. Thank you, Swapnil. Next up, we have Team Earniverse.
Hi everyone, good morning. So my name is Jonathan. I am the CEO of Earniverse, the play-to-earn metaverse. So me and my team, we come from France. We are a team of 3 core associates and 15 team members. So basically, we are in the VR and 3D industry for the past 10 years. And we have been already working for various brands, French Navy, car manufacturer like Audi in the past. And due to the growing industry in the gaming, as everybody knows, the gaming industry is expected to grow to a $200 billion market by 2025. So we have decided 2 years ago to create our own gaming metaverse. So we've started our development 2 years ago in order to create the first AAA metaverse ever created. So our metaverse is currently already existing. The project is ready. It's a map that is approximately 650 square kilometers wide, in which we have created 6 main continents. The main continent called Ernie City, we own it and is provided for partnership, in which we already have a NFT museum and different places like a sports center, a shooting game places, a terminal, and other places. And we have also 5 other continents that have been created for different kind of games. So we have one continent, it's called Funland. It has been conceived as a cartoon-like design place in which people can participate to fun games, funfair games, roller coasters, things like that. We have another continent which is called Sportsland, in which people can play different kind of sports game in both 3D and VR, such as tennis, football, navigation game, etc. We have also one continent that is called Heroland, and it's dedicated to MMORPG game, in which user can play different kind of MMORPG. We have another continent that it's called Warland, in which users can play shooting games. And finally, we have a continent called Moneyland, in which people can play casino games. So what is Earniverse? Basically, we have created a play-to-earn metaverse in which users can generate revenues by being paid in tokens through their gaming experience. The logic is quite simple. The business model is simple in the sense that user can play to different kind of games, as casino games, fun games, shooting games, and the more they achieve mission goals and have a greater score, the more tokens they receive. So this logic we have applied to ourselves, and our team is creating the first games for each continent, but now we are also providing access to game editors, to brands like car manufacturers, plane manufacturers, to have the possibility to create their own game and their own asset inside the ecosystem to provide a gaming experience with their own product to our community of users. So this way, we act as a launchpad and incubators for both game editors, but also brands that would like to have exposure. The main thing is that we have a AAA environment, which means it's a photorealistic environment. We're not talking about designs like Sandbox or Decentraland or even Meta with the graphics that everybody heard about recently. We're really about talking a AAA game in which we are in a photorealistic environment that is really as close as possible to the reality, and in a huge continent that is of 650 square kilometers, in which you have ocean, forest, mountains, and different kind of environment, and everything is already running in 3D and VR. So basically, the economy is quite simple. Users can play it again in VR mode and non-VR mode, so it's not purely dedicated to VR. It's also basic 3D. The games are free to play. People don't need to pay any access to play our games, at least. Game editors can provide their own games with a ticket entry if they require. And the more the users achieve mission inside the game, the more score he gets, then the more token value he gets. So what makes us mainly different from other metaverse is two main things. First thing, the different lands and continents we have created are available for third party and other people to buy land and create their own 3D environment inside. So for example, if you want to create an NFT museum, a shopping mall, a restaurant, a pool bar, or things like that, anything is possible, and we can create the 3D environment on your own land. Once the 3D environment is created, the brands can create their own 3D NFT collections. Actually, we are now, as of today, the first one to have created 3D NFT collections that are both available on our Web3 marketplace and to be used inside the metaverse. Let's take an example. You go inside Universe, you launch the game on your computer, you play the VR headset, you end up on the map. Once you're on this map, you can navigate through the map. You can walk, you can take a car, you can take a bike, you can take a plane, you can take a boat, and go to different places to play different kind of games. Let's say you want to play a race car game. So if you use a regular asset we provide in-game with the car, you would get a specific score, like low score. But if you want to get a better score and increase the income you generate in tokens, then you will have to buy another asset like a race car or supercar to be able to go faster, to achieve a better score, and then receive another token, more token. So the whole economy is based on our own token. The project has been developed for the past 2 years already. We are ready for the beta launch of our project next year, as per the roadmap. And we have already raised $4 million during the past 2 years. And now we're doing the last fundraise before a final official opening for our marketing go-to-market strategy. So basically, our go-to-market strategy is really simple. First, we are going to officially launch the environment and the marketplace. We will start with NFT real estate land sales to provide game editors the possibility to buy their own land. And once they buy the land, they can start creating their own 3D NFT asset and sell them inside our ecosystem. Then the second part will be mostly based on adding in our marketplace 3D NFTs over time. So currently we have approximately 200 assets. I'm talking about avatars, like you can see on the screenshot. I'm talking about buildings, 3D buildings. We already have cars, overboards, overcrafts, and over time we're going also to add in our collection planes, boats, yachts, and other 3D assets that not only can be used as a basic NFT for anyone that is passionate about NFT and have a collection, but they have a real utility inside our metaverse, because based on the NFT you own, you can achieve different score and access different games. So the whole economy is based not on the NFT you earn, but on NFT you have in order to generate your own revenue. So far, we have approximately 40 backers with big names in the industry, such as Rocco Finance, such as DCA Group, and some Launchpad you might have heard of. And we're going to go live in 2023. So here's the main presentation. Of course, with 5 minutes, it's difficult for me to give you a full demo of the existing projects. So if anyone has questions or would like to know more, we can organize a meeting with you to make a specific private demo and show you the existing final project. Thank you very much. I wish you a very nice day.
right. Thank you, Team Earniverse. Next up, we have Team Async. All right.
Hello, everyone. It's good. Okay, myself, I'm usually an investor, personal investor, so I'm used to be on the other side of this. But the story of Async and its mother, permissionless, started last summer when I was having my vacation in Turkey, and I got a call from my friend, 24-year-old, very smart guy. He told me we should leverage Web3 to offer opportunities to young people and let them build the future. And we had this small talk, and so I told him, what do you want to call it? He said, okay, anything, like, let's think about a name. And then it came up, like, he was saying opportunity should be permissionless. So I told him, okay, let's call it permissionless, and permissionless was born. So what is permissionless? Permissionless is a total ecosystem built on Web3 to create new companies, new economy, companies that generate profit, not ones that are like do something to earn. It's real business where profit is generated from day one. And our first product is called Async. Async, you can say it's like a Fiverr slash GitHub. It's a platform where anyone in the world can create small task and present it on the platform, and you get freelance developers, marketers, freelancers from all over the world will come and do this task, and they are rewarded when they finish it if the task creator approves it or if our validators validate that the job is done. Everything is built on Web3. They get rewarded by crypto. Okay, that's for, let me show you the team here. Yeah, those are the young, beautiful gentlemen and ladies. The oldest one is 24 years old. They're very enthusiastic. They're working day and night on it. We have the beta version ready. They're testing it. The product will be launched end of this month. It was all self-funded. We raised only $120,000 from using a seed round. And now we are looking to raise $640,000 on the seed. Actually, the cost is very low because the company is running by itself. It's a tech company. It's not profitable yet, but it will be profitable very soon because we're building projects for other people. The money will be used for acquisitions because now we're targeting universities in India. We're having hackathons. We're having presentations. We're encouraging young people in universities, especially those who have business or tech background, to come, like joining groups, make 2, 3 till 5, for example. They join a group. They have a product. They start working on it immediately. We have 2 offices, one in Mumbai, one in Delhi. The office is like similar to the Facebook startup office, where people can come, they live there, they enjoy their time, they work day and night, they live, they have free pizza, and products are coming. So it's a self-funding, self-recurring ecosystem. Okay, so for managers here, the people who are creating the task on Async, they have lots of talent on Async. They can use it. They don't need money to start their startup. Like basically, it's anyone with any idea can come to permissionless, can create an online corporation, on-chain corporation. It's a DAO. Immediately, you don't need to raise funds. You just put your job on Async, and you have people from all over the world that come and work for you. You can use your own tokens for that. You don't have to even to raise money. You can use your own tokens. You just create a community. If the community believes that this project is good, it has a future, then the developers will be incentivized to be paid by your own tokens. Okay, this is about the opportunity. We have like $1.78 trillion projected boost for the blockchain economy by 2030. We're trying to tap into that. How it works, we explained it earlier. You create a job, we got a contributor who will do it, and a validator who will validate that. So now we are in Q4. The product will be launched end of the month, and everything will start running. So that's it. If you have any questions, please reach out. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Maybe we should use it next time we organize the conference. Next up, we have Team Nifty Row. Are we here? No Team Nifty Row. What about Team Spock? Spock Analytics. All right. I guess we can give them a minute. Anyone here wants to pitch something impromptu? No? Okay. Cool. Which team? NFT Works? Yeah, for sure. Do okay. Cool. You want to
HDMI. Yeah, or a video, yeah, whatever you think. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Adam Lees and I am the CEO and co-founder of NFT Works. Today I'm going to be talking to you about Asset Works, where we focus on tokenizing physical assets within the luxury goods market. So NFT Works was founded in the UK last year, where we began to help brands, businesses and individuals enter the NFT and Web3 space. During this time, we identified what we feel to be a really strong use case of this new technology. And since then, we've opened up here in Dubai, we've opened up NFT Works ME to further develop the platform and build the business here in the UAE. So what's the problem we're trying to solve? Well, we are focusing on luxury goods. We're trying to help asset owners improve their asset management. The majority of asset management systems out there are focused on businesses. So there's inefficient asset management, and obviously proof of ownership of luxury goods is extremely important. From a brand and retailer perspective, there's obviously issues with counterfeit goods, and brands and retailers become disconnected with the secondary market, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that shortly. And obviously there are marketplaces out there, there's a lack of automation, and there's trust issues and bad actors. So what's our solution? Well, we are going to implement a simple plugin for the most popular point of sale systems. The asset log is basically, we pull the data from the sale, and that can then live throughout the life of the product. We basically mint an NFT around that asset data. We're going to seamlessly integrate with these POS systems, and this will give us a quick route to market. So from a brand perspective, a retailer perspective, there's a very simple plugin. We auto create the digital asset log, NFT, and that automatically gets transferred to the buyer. What this enables is brands to stay connected with that product forever. So basically now if you purchase a product, that brand or retailer might have your email address. But once that product gets sold on, they lose contact with the owner. And so by creating this NFT receipt, we are able to keep brands and retailers connected to that product forever, for as long as they have the NFT in the product. Brands can then track future resales. They can see how often that product's been resold, the values, the locations, and it builds in a long-term opportunity for marketing. As I said, this gives us a very quick route to market. There are over 4 million Shopify websites globally. There are 2,500 here in the UAE, and we'll be focusing our efforts first on the UAE market. We're also looking at Square and other platforms such as Magento. So from the asset owner perspective, we also have a simple mobile app that we've already launched. And basically what this enables people to do is have all of their digital assets or their NFT receipts of their physical items in one place. Within the app, they can insure the items automatically with our insurance partners. They can share asset details with potential buyers, and they'll be able to automatically sell those items on our marketplace. So with the marketplace, what are the advantages? Well, at the moment, if you want to list an item for sale, you have to go onto eBay or you have to go onto different marketplaces, and you have to create that listing. Well, in our case, you don't need to do that. We already have all of the asset details, we have photos, we have all the information, so you can immediately list that item for sale. We have seller trust ranking, we have KYC options. The assets are certified because they've come directly from the brand or the retailer. So this builds a level of trust, and we will facilitate sales via smart contracts based on a number of AI and machine learning technologies that we are using. Our revenue model is going to be a monthly subscription for retailers. We will have marketplace fees, and we're also going to be able to facilitate in-app marketing that's very targeted. So for example, we will know users who have specific product types. We'll know if people they like Rolex watches or Chanel handbags. And so we will be able to provide our retailers and brands the ability to do targeted marketing into the app. From a market opportunity perspective, the luxury goods market is worth over $300 billion worldwide, and the luxury resale market is growing. So 32 billion in 2021. We're expecting the secondary luxury goods market to increase substantially over the next 3 to 5 years, and that's going to be driven heavily by millennials and Gen Zs. And the UAE luxury goods market alone is worth almost 4 billion. And when I talk about luxury goods, we're talking about clothing, bags, jewelry, watches. This could also be used for luxury cars and other high-value assets. We, of course, have competition. Our two main competitors have raised significant amounts of money, both in their VC round and via their token sale. We are different. We are focusing more on the retailers and the brands and a quick route to market. Our competitors are looking very much at protocol level, so we're kind of looking at a secondary level for mass market use. From an investment perspective, we've done a very small pre-seed round earlier this year, and we're now looking for investors to help us move to the next stage. We are pre-revenue, and our aim is to start generating revenue in 2023. So in relation to the team, we're a pretty strong team of 14 so far. I myself have over 20 years in the technology space, 10 years in blockchain. I won the Young Entrepreneur Award for the Shell Livewire earlier in my career, and this is something we have great expertise in. So to summarize, we're providing a solution for brands, owners, and the secondary market. Brands will be able to stay connected with all owners, so not just the first owner, but all owners in the future. Tokenizing physical assets at point of sale can revolutionize the secondary market and also the opportunities for marketing to the owners of those secondary goods. By utilizing established e-commerce platforms, gives us immediate access to brands and retailers, and we have a strong core team with the skills, knowledge, and expertise to deliver. So if anyone's interested, you can find us on pretty much all of the socials, NFT Works, and if anyone is interested in finding out more about investment, then come and find me today or tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Adam. Next up, we have Team Spock Analytics.
Hello everyone, this is Sami from Spock Analytics. Most of us sitting here have either used a decentralized application or have been involved in creating one. So from the perspective of dApp creator, what happens is when a potential user lands onto your dApp, there are two scenarios. Either they explode the dApp and they drop out, and you have no data as to why they did that. The second scenario is they really like your dApp and they go on and submit a transaction. And even then, you have really less insights into why the user was able to provide value to your dApp. So for you to replicate your success, you need access to data. If this had been a Web2 application, there are many tools that can give you the requisite information for both cases. In the case of Web3, although the data is public and available on-chain, there are no good tools in existence. We specifically faced this problem when we were building our own DeFi protocol. So we decided to solve this problem. We thought to ourselves, the tools to analyze the behavior of users already exist in the Web2 world, so why not do the same for Web3, for DeFi, NFTs, and Metaverse? Let's see how Spock Analytics would solve this problem. After you integrate the SDK of Spock Analytics into your dApp directly, it starts collecting various data points for you to derive insights from. Here you can see some data visualization. The first is the range of net worth of the wallets that connected to your dApp, which addresses got dropped, how much value each contributed, as well as the ranges in which they did transactions. You will also be able to analyze all the data of every wallet that has ever connected to your dApp. Either they are active users or they got dropped. So one of the core features of our product is behavioral analysis of the wallets. We started with Ethereum and we are giving labels to each wallet in existence. This will help you get a better understanding of your users. Some examples of labels are DEX user, lender, borrower, Tornado Cash user, DAO contributor, etc. These labels will help you create a customized experience for your decentralized applications users based on their profiles. Wallet journey. Through Spock, dApp creators will be able to map out the journey of each wallet from first landing on the dApp to submitting and transaction and all the steps in between. This will help you identify problem hotspots in your dApp. Here you can analyze all the transactions that a user has ever done, as well as their sessions if they did not go through with the transaction. You will be able to identify the challenges that the user faced while performing the desired action. Advanced wallet search. So for all the wallets that exist on EVM-based chains, the dApp creators will be able to create customized user segments and target those. So the advanced search feature will allow the dApp creators to create labels and fetch custom set of addresses to target their marketing campaigns. Spock will help them create custom marketing campaigns on social media for them to target their ideal users. So we launched a month ago. On the first day of our launch, we got 70 upvotes on Product Hunt. We have been able to sign up 20 people organically, and we have secured 4 integrations with protocols launching in November. We are raising $3 million funding to build the data engine of our product, develop the sales team, do paid marketing efforts, and we focus on getting profitable within 2 years. So the roadmap we have for Q4 is build the first version of the data engine, release Spock Search, the wallet search engine, get 10 paid users, and introduce pricing, which depends on the package that the team selects. It could be in the range of $100 to $250 per month as a subscription. So we have vast experience in developing decentralized applications, so we are fit to solve this problem. Thank you.
All right, congrats on the launch, Team Spock. Next up, we have Team Zenland. We need some Zen after last week.
Start. Why would we waste the $1 trillion Ethereum ecosystem for another meme token? More NFTs or rug pull projects that bring a little utility to our daily lives, or any other blockchain for that matter. My name is Dior Hasanov, and I'm the founder of Zenland. As a digital marketer and online entrepreneur for the past 12 years, I have a little trust in buying or selling online with another person. Trading on forums is dangerous and often results in scam, unless you research for hours the person that you're trading with. But every problem should have the solution, right? And the solution is escrow. Escrow smart contracts could be the next big thing in crypto. The main idea behind escrow contract is that the sellers will not get paid until the buyers is fully satisfied. Okay, so this is why we created Zenland, the universal platform for escrow smart contracts to keep buyer happy, sellers paid, and the process secure and simple. Using Zenland is easy. Imagine you are the buyer and I'm the seller. We connect through MetaMask and fill out and approve the escrow smart contract. Then you send the contract into the blockchain and log the payment we agreed on in the contract. Once I complete my part of the deal, it's time for you to inspect the product and release the payment from the contract. Every transaction has a blockchain record and is fully synced with the relevant explorer to verify. Additional functionality we are working on lets sellers automatically approve escrow contracts for their items on profile pages. This saves time for sellers to create contracts for every buyer they find. It's easier to execute, and sellers can set multiple networks to work with. Yes. So we're talking more like eBay and Amazon. You can choose different networks, and with every network you can choose a stable coin. Okay, what's next? At this point, Zenland escrow contracts can be deployed to 5 major blockchain networks: Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, Binance Smart Chain, and Phantom. As we move forward, more ecosystem will benefit from mass adoption of escrow smart contracts. We tested our smart contract on more than 20 EVMs, and it's working perfectly on any testnets, mainnets. Okay, so we launched Zenland we launched Zenland beta in June. Also, we created a Bitcoin thread to gather initial feedback from niche users, and they proved that there is a real utility for this platform. You can actually Google Bitcoin talk Zenland beta, and you can see all the reviews there. Basic features of blockchain and smart contracts put us in the leading position among the other escrow platforms today. Our competitive advantage is that we support multiple networks, no KYC, and our fees are smaller. And this is what pure economy users like myself want, but the market is yet to provide. The market of pure economy is growing. More deals are now happening online than offline. The only thing that's missing is trust. Both fiat and crypto users feel unsafe and discouraged by the high risk they take and fees they pay. And that's our market. Even with the minimum penetration rate of 10%, our serviceable obtainable market is 160 million. Our adoption and growth strategy include 4 key directions: niche marketing, networking, community building, and platform development. To reach the target audience, we will use selected forums and media, like at World, MPGH, even marketplaces on Bitcoin Talk. Everyone selling something online, and we are the solution. Okay. The current revenue model of Zenland is unit-based. Users pay a service fee per contract. Depending on the contract value, the fee ranges from 1.75% to 0.1%. And this is us, the team behind Zenland, with projects in e-commerce, tech, and now blockchain. Some of these projects helped us bootstrap Zenland without external funding so far. But it's time for the next bold move with the right partnership and experience. We are looking for 12 months financing to implement our growth strategy and bring Zenland to the next level. Platform development and marketing is where the majority of our funding will be spent, with the rest of it covering operational, legal, and audit costs. So if you love the idea of value-driven project and you want to be known for bringing smart contracts to our daily lives and dozens of blockchain ecosystems, we are open to offers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zenland. We have a bit of a delay for now. Yeah, wait for a bit. How's everyone doing today? Good? You all seem excited? while we're waiting for other people to present, I'll do a shameless plug and tell you a bit about the project we're working on. The project is called Hyperspace. We're building a theme park in Dubai Mall, but it's not a traditional theme park, it's a digital theme park where people play games, design content, and create digital assets. So the idea is you go to the park, you sign up, you buy your ticket, which is your first NFT ticket if you never had an NFT. And you're playing a game throughout the park. And the park, so the game is a series of experiences, games, or let's say social media interactions. So there are production stages like hologram machines where you design digital sneakers, and you can, they're interoperable. We're building on Polygon, so you can take them to other metaverse projects. So yeah, we're opening up in Q1 2023, and yeah, we're expecting a few thousand guests a day. This is like some pictures of the park. So you play, you collect, and then you use those assets. Yeah, so any NFT projects, any digital fashion projects, reach out. I'll be around. Avatar projects. Yeah. We're looking for partners rather than investments at this point. So yeah. Do we have? Are you ready to present? Cool.
Hello. Okay. All right. Oh, I can't see. Can I see the slides? Oh, I can see them here, I think. Wait, how do I move? Up and down? Okay, awesome. All right, hello everyone. My name is Alex. So today I would like to tell you kind of a story about one of the most powerful forces in crypto and maybe even in the world. But first, quick bit about myself. Been in crypto for 5 years, every day, full time, learning, grinding, investing, building. I have invested early into Avalanche, Blocktopia, Quant Network, and many projects. I have built a decentralized VC, which is a community of investors named Gains Associates, and we still invest these days, but this is about a project that we are building. But first, as an investor, you know, I look for trends, I look at numbers, try to understand things. So I would like to start with a question, and you guys can actually try to answer. So how many monthly on-chain users do you think a big layer 1 like Polkadot has? Anyone wants to try, guys? Go for it. 5,000, 5 million, 5,000? So it's actually 22,000. So 22,000 wallets interacted last month with Polkadot, which is very, very small compared to the $1 billion plus valuation that it has. Kind of the same thing for Hashgraph, only 30,000. and Avalanche is also like 60,000. So pretty much there is no users in crypto. When you compare it to the internet, 5 billion people, and about 90% of the users are on social media, 4.6 billion. Crypto in comparison is like 300 million users, and they're pretty much all on centralized exchanges. Roughly, Binance has 100 million users, Coinbase has 100 million users, and when you take a look at Web3, actually it's extremely, extremely small, just 10 million users, which means there is a big opportunity. It can grow very big from what it is today. And so the realization is that social networks, they drive adoption in Web 2. And so I think if we want crypto to become mainstream, we need to have social networks in crypto. So Web3 is very small, and we're here to create something big, move away from all the scams and everything. So the solution we have found is named UMeme, and it is the world's first social network, you might have guessed it, for memes. So why memes? Well, actually, many people tried in the past to create a decentralized social network, but they all failed so far. And the main reason why is because they were too generic. With memes, we are able to create a core tight community of people that relate and belong. And that is very important. Secondly, it's going to be gamified. So you will have quests with everything that's happening. For example, hey, create a meme about the FTX drama, right? Create a meme with Sam. Or hey, go check out the FTX meme contest. Follow 5 people, that recently published a cool meme. And this will drive content creation and just engagement on the platform. There's going to be levels, achievements, trophies. So it's going to be super cool. And finally, it's going to be tokenized. So why tokenized? Well, one of the big reasons why all these companies in crypto, they became unicorns so fast, it's not because we were in kind of a bubble and everything, even though it helped, but because they allowed all their users to have a stake when they won, right? They pretty much turned their user base into BizDev people. They had an incentive to push it to their friends. So leveraging network effects and making everyone win together. And of course, it has very good properties like enabling true ownership with NFTs of content and everything. So quickly, Elon Musk, most powerful man in the world, arguably very, very bullish on memes. So as you can see here, who controls the memes controls the universe. Just a few examples. Pretty much meme marketing is not just increasing, it's actually, you need it. If you don't do it, it's very weird. This morning I was just looking at a few presentations, and it was very funny because there were a few memes in about all the presentations. So I was just smiling, looking at that, people are slowly realizing the power of memes. So these big companies, as you can see, Netflix, even Tinder, Domino's, and of course we have lots of FTX memes these days. So this is our product. We have a live app. So again, we are a social network for memes. You can think of it as Instagram, but instead of seeing travel pictures, food pictures, party pictures, whatever from your friends, well, you can scroll infinitely on memes. You have a meme editor, and very quickly as well, there is no website in the world that combines both the content and the content creation, which is what, by the way, made Instagram go viral when they started. At first, Instagram was only a photo sharing app, but when they added the editing capabilities, that's when, with the filters, it became viral. So the business model, very quickly, we run meme contests with crypto projects. We have a huge network in crypto. We have more than 50 projects lined up to run meme contests. And this is a very straightforward way for us to get more users and revenue. We do tipping, so you have classical likes, and if you really like a meme, you can tip the native currency. We have subscriptions, so taking a page out of Twitter's book and Telegram as well, so get a verified badge and everything. Marketplace is pretty cool. We are live. We have amazing partners, Polygon, Lens was speaking in the room nearby. We're going to integrate them very soon. We are working with the Pudgy Penguins, which is a blue chip NFT collection, top 15. We are actually white labeling our tech to them, and they're one of the most active communities on Twitter. They do a ton of memes, and we have good friends, investors, and influencers like Evan Luthra, who's supporting us, and very influential people. So if you want to try UMeme, if you need some more memes in your life to relax after work, you can scan this code. The URL is umeme.com. We are starting with off-chain points to gamify things. So if you scan this code, you will get 100 UMeme diamonds that will be used later on in the app for multiple advantages. So I hope you all enjoy your lives with more memes. Cheers.
Thanks, Alex. That was awesome. I think we've all thought about building a meme marketplace or a meme social media network. Okay, next up we have, I guess, a very similar, something that will help you build something similar. We have Laris from Mine.
Hello, good morning everybody. My name is Laris. I'm CEO of Mine. Mine does not only stand for ownership, but also it's a short for make your NFT easy. And I just wanted to start with a question here to everybody of you in the audience. Can you please raise your hand if you know this person on the picture? Yeah, I thought so. Now I come to the next question. Can you please raise your hand if you have seen this before? I see some hands going up. Okay. So this is the artwork of Bored Ape Yard Club. And I guess this is one of the most famous NFT collections in the market. And to go back, this is actually the artist who created it. And the fact that none of you knew this artist brings us right to the problem. Getting into NFTs is very complicated. And I guess I would like all of us to take a step back and remember what's the beautiful thing about blockchain and the Web3 space in general. It allows us to connect two people to each other without a middleman. Yet, if we look back at the space, this is the creator, the artist. People in the NFT space are making millions of dollars simply because they know how NFT works. So getting into NFTs and getting into the Web3 space until today is just way too complicated. To create an NFT marketplace, it can take up to 400 days and $100,000. Not only do you as an artist have to educate yourself how all of this works, but you also need to then go and educate your audience. And this is something that we are making simple and easy. So our first product that we're launching is a no-code NFT marketplace where you own your own NFT shop. Think Shopify for e-commerce platforms or Wix for websites. So now without the knowledge of coding, without the knowledge of minting, you can create your own NFT marketplace within a couple of minutes just by drag and drop. So the first product is the Mine Builder, which is just what I spoke about. At the same time, we are launching also a toolkit for the bit more advanced developers, which comes with an SDK and the Mine Marketplace itself. But again, the Builder is your very own shop. We have done our research. We know what else is there on the market. If you guys have a little more question, we can speak about this afterwards. One of the things that we realized that doesn't exist in the blockchain space as of yet is the format of auctionings. So we either have a fixed price or the typical English auction, but we're bringing a lot of more different auctioning protocols as a functionality. As for the utility of the mine token in the platform, this is a utility token that allows you to fuel the ecosystem. So paying the platform fees, getting access to premium features of the platform. Also, we have a pretty unique referral scheme where if you refer somebody else to the platform, you start to earn 1% of the sales that they are going to do. And that 1% is split into two parts, where half of it gets actually burned and put back into the token ecosystem. We are raising 3.15 million in token. If you have more questions, you can contact me after, similar to the tokenomics ecosystem. As for our roadmap, the first products I just showed you is what we are launching with. We have started to collaborate with different artists in the industry to come on board as the first users. But after the artists, we are actually starting to collaborate with brands and institutions, because there's a much wider use of NFTs in general for our society. And until now, it's still too complicated. We have seen first steps with Facebook or Meta starting to introduce NFTs into their platforms, other players too. I guess just a few days ago, Nike released their own NFT shop. So we see that, especially in the secondary market, when we think of fashion, for instance, we have a lot of problem of forged goods, and the digital authenticity of NFTs can actually take that away. This is our team. We're a team of 11 people, and we have partnered with some experts in the industry. Yeah, if you want to contact us, you can do so at mine.studio or just speak to me after. And yeah, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Laris. That was awesome. Next up, we have Sidis Heroes. We have Dan coming on stage.
Just press the button here. Excellent. Good afternoon, guys. Looks like you are all enjoying the presentations here. I'll try to make it nice and short for you. I'm not here to pitch anyone for any investments, etc. Just want to basically give you some insights, because we already have investors like Animoca Brands, Polygon, etc. But could be interesting for you. So we are the team of 180 people making a AAA MMORPG metaverse that combines a lot of different games within one lore book, and it's kind of like a Ready Player One open world where every planet represents a particular gaming activity. It's pretty comprehensive in a way, and there are a lot of details that could take ages to explain, but what makes us different is our metaverse is built on our own gaming engine. We've been developing took us 3.5 years to build a gaming engine that is capable to produce a cinematic quality in your browser without downloading anything and without getting any control from the App Store, Steam, or Google Android, etc. Because it can be a pain in the ass sometimes to get listed as a project. So the browser experience, it is a very special niche. Not many projects have an ability to execute it in a proper quality. We were able to achieve it. We had a massive offer from Tencent. We haven't sold this engine to anyone as yet, because we keep it purely for our own project. And in about five months, we're releasing our 4th game, which will be a third-person shooter open world, and you will see the quality of the game that I'm talking right now about. So currently we have a butler, we have a strategy coming up in December, and we have a tower defense as well. There is a special economic model inside of our game slash metaverse. It's more of a module ecosystem where every certain function within our game is represented in a way of the module. Imagine you are being a part of this conference here. That table here is a part of the ecosystem of this conference hall. You could be a co-owner of this table if one of you bring the chair, if the other one brings the bottle of water, the other one brings the glass of water. Everyone can contribute certain materials inside of this particular little function as a table and become a co-owner and own a little royalty that this particular table can generate if someone is using it and paying a rent to basically own this table. So we are designing that every single function, like a marketplace store, bridges, staking, etc., it's designed as a module that people can co-own by contributing certain in-game assets to actually build the module. So someone brings the composite materials, metals, tokens, gems, and it basically makes it really decentralized in a way of the profits being redistributed, not going to the developers, but actually going back to the players. There are a lot of exclusive features that we currently have. Well, first of all, it's a WebGL-based browser game, which basically is very simple, and it's accessible to anyone around the world. We are talking about many companies designing everything on Unreal Engine 5, which is very naive to think, because many people in Africa, Myanmar, Cambodia, etc., they cannot play Unreal Engine 5 games. Come on. Who is going to be able to play in Africa Horizon or Fallout? That's pathetic. They're not even having PlayStation 4 and 5. So they have mobile devices. The average mobile device in Africa is 300 KB per second internet speed, 1 gig of RAM, and it's usually Android. And all they can play is the mobile game, right? So if you give them an access via the browser, that's the game changer for billions and billions of people. And that's what we're going to do eventually. We have an extensive team. We have backup from all of the major tier 1s in the industry. We have exclusive contracts with the top eSport champions of Counter-Strike and Dota 2, like Zeus, for example, 4 times each eSport champion of Counter-Strike. He's monitoring the whole creation process of a shooter. We have very unique economic assets inside of our metaverse, represented as NFTs, 1155s or 7-to-1s, characters, tokens, loot boxes, materials. And as I've mentioned before, we have a module system. We have a lot of games coming up. So it's, as I said, it's a Ready Player One style metaverse, which means every planet is representing a particular game. So currently we have a PvP Butler, which is more of an Axie Infinity style. The next one is a strategy for the mobile devices. It's called Xena. We have a VIP presentation night in December here for 200 tier 1 VCs that will come along from US, Australia, New Zealand, England, etc. And then that will be released publicly for anyone to enjoy. There is a tower defense coming up, and then we have a shooter coming up as well. We are talking about AAA quality games, like some serious stuff, because we've been designing a lot of games in the past. We've made games like World of Tanks, $10 billion market capitalization now. It's one of the most profitable gaming companies out there, represented by the company called Wargaming. That's the Xena that is coming up, yeah, but basically gaming industry, it's growing. I'm sure we'll see a lot of successful cases. We'll see a lot of fails among those who are dreaming to build something as a play-to-earn mechanic, because in the gaming industry, as a game developer, I can tell you as a matter of fact, it's all about fun part, and then it comes to the play-to-earn mechanic. If you concentrate too much on the play-to-earn mechanic, then you will most likely fail, because we've seen a lot of seen a lot of cases when people spend too much time thinking about the speculative part of the project, but they don't really think too much about the exciting part, which is the most important part. Because Web2 players will never come if you build something just purely for the speculative nature. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll pass it on back to the other speakers. Thank you.
All right, thanks Dan. Next up we have Franklin from Nifty Euro.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Franklin Peters. I'm the Integration and Marketing Officer for Nifty Row. So Nifty Row is an NFT. Okay. Is an NFT marketplace for fractional investment in arts and entertainment in Nigeria. We have collaborated with Nigerian Exchange Group to develop and run this very solution for the fiat market. And right now we are building it out for the cryptocurrency market. We also offer investors an asset-backed auction and fractional marketplace which features arts, music, real estate, stocks, bonds, generally entertainment. And I would like to tell a brief story which most people are aware of. Africa has the largest number of young youth population who are very much interested in arts, entertainment, and of course, if you research, you realize that our music industry, which features the likes of Davido, Wizkid, Burna Boy, has attracted a lot of attention globally and is making a lot of waves. Also, our Nollywood is, next to Hollywood, if I may say, right? So there are lots of ideas and people that are building a lot of stuff. People are creating a lot of content that is getting into the world and raising a lot of funds. It's our biggest exports from Nigeria. And so one of the biggest problems that people have, right, is being able to have enough funds, enough capital to be able to develop or build out their content. And so many people are not able to get to the global stage. And so what we have done in Nifty Row is to help these talents to have a marketplace where they can sell, and raise capital by monetizing their talents in a fractional way. So some of the people who are building something similar to what we have is, Apple Music, Netflix, Polymath, of course, Amazon Music, and in Nifty Row, you would be able to share your revenue with your investors. So today we are here to ask for an investment of $500,000 for 10% equity of Nifty Row. So I'll be available to answer questions right after the program today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Franklin. Next up, we have Team Danu.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm from Team Danu. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford. I do robotics and AI, and I'm here to tell you about Danu, the can you hear me properly or? Okay. And I'm here to tell you about Danu. Essentially, we build infrastructure tools for NFTs, and I'm going to tell you about two projects very quickly. The first one is called Caviar, and it solves a problem that you have in other marketplaces. If I go on a marketplace like OpenSea, it's a peer-to-peer marketplace where I can list my NFT, but I have to wait for a buyer to come and buy it. So I can choose the price, but I have to wait for a counterparty. What we work on is something called Caviar. It's an automated market maker, something similar to Uniswap, for instance. And the idea is, on an automated market maker, you can buy and sell immediately. You don't have to wait for someone to come and buy it. The catch is, you don't decide the price. So on a high level, Caviar is, instead of me listing NFT and waiting for a buyer, there's a pool of assets, and you can like buy and sell immediately, but you have to stick to the price that the pool decides. So if I have a Bored Ape, I go to Caviar and I see you can sell this ape right now, immediately, without having to wait for a buyer for, let's say, 70 ETH. I might want to sell it for 80 ETH, then I have to wait for a buyer, but if I want to sell immediately, you stick to the price of the pool. That's the basic idea behind it. If you want to know exactly how it works behind the scenes, you can find me afterwards. And if you want to try it online, here's the link if you want to go for it. So I can go, choose any NFT from my wallet, sell immediately, or buy what's available immediately. The second thing I want to mention right quickly is called the Danu Copilot. It's an AI tool that helps you generate NFT collections at scale. So I can simply say, I like cats and I like these existing collections, and AI will just generate this for me. So I just give it text and what I personally like. There are similar AI tools like this, like DALI or Stable Diffusion, if you've heard of those. But this tool can generate collections, so the multiple pictures look consistent. So I can say, I want a cat collection, not just one image, and I get a collection that has all the rarities and all the stuff figured out, and it looks like it belongs to one thing. Or I can say, I like Tomorrowland, and I want these elements in it, and I can get, for example, a collection that is diverse. So I have dogs, zombies, cats, robots, whatever I want. And again, all of this is just by giving it text prompt. I didn't design anything. One application for this is NFT games in particular. Like if you work on a game or a collection and you want to generate assets, like this game right here is called Footium, one of our partners. The NFT Football League, so you have to design football players. So all you need is just to design one player and then say in text, this is what I like, and you generate thousands of players. We have our main investor is CoinFund, who led our last round, and some of the other investors are like Outlier Ventures, Pragma, OP Crypto, Maven 11, and Warwick Terrace. Thank you so much. I hope that was sweet and clear, short and clear. You can find me online on Twitter or Telegram at that handle, or drop me an email. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Muhammad. That was definitely short and sweet. Next up, we have Venera Finance.
Hello, everybody. My name is Samir. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Venera Finance. We're building a decentralized financial services. We try to redefine finance because after all the recent events that happened with the DeFi and the CeFi and everybody that's been losing money, we're trying to mitigate that risk and create a whole ecosystem that would benefit the users as a whole. So what is the status of DeFi at the moment? Users are losing faith in crypto in general. Users are losing faith in DeFi in particular. There's a relatively low onboarding rate now on the DeFi sector. And there's a lot of untapped market that doesn't even know what DeFi is or crypto in general. They might have an idea of crypto, but DeFi section is still not transparent to them. So with Venera Finance, our aim is to restore the users' faith in DeFi, and we're committed in creating a decentralized financial ecosystem for a future that is more democratic, safer, efficient for everyone. We're a team basically built of entrepreneurs, engineers, developers, and designers, writers, and all you can name it. We're here to build a better ecosystem, an ecosystem that hasn't been utilized yet properly in the market. Next slide. Okay, so what we did was we thought of an idea, we called it a backward engineering for DeFi. So what usually happens is by trying to restore faith, you have the product starts with the network and then the development of the apps and then the testing and the users, and then it goes to the market. We try to do that backwards. We started with the development of the apps. We launched one D app so far. We're trying to test it with the users and see how they respond to these products. And then we're gonna develop our own blockchain eventually and try to onboard users to this ecosystem. So what does our ecosystem comprise of? So our ecosystem is a one-stop shop for DeFi. We're trying to build a complete ecosystem for DeFi that includes everything in one place. So we can start with an AMM swap. It's a DEX. Obviously, there's a lot of them on the market, but what we try to do is capture the Curve Finance VE token model and implement it on the DEX itself, where users can boost their farms, boost their APRs. They can vote on the emission of the token that they desire. It's open for everyone who owns that token. And that paves the way for bribe wars, where other protocols come to this DEX in order to bribe the users to vote on the emission of their specific APR. As well, we integrated a referral system in the DEX, which is very rare to see nowadays. As well as we're building a non-custodial wallet. The non-custodial wallet is a multi-chain non-custodial wallet integrated with Web3 browser integration, as well as Venera swap DEX integrated within the DEX, and an NFT viewer which allows the users to view their NFTs. Additionally, they can purchase any token they want through the wallet. So they can transact with all the ecosystem in one place. We then wanted to create or developing an NFT marketplace. The NFT marketplace will include the listing, the minting, the auctions of things such as art, certificates, audio, videos, domains, poetry, tickets, and educational content. And this is where we're going to focus now. The educational content is going to be connected to the Venera Academy, which I'm going to come up with in a bit. Alongside the NFT marketplace, we are building an NFT aggregator, which would bring all the liquidity of the NFTs in the marketplace under one place, so we can provide our own liquidity as well as the other platforms' liquidity all in one place, so it would be easier for the users to use. Finally, we're building, developing a Venera Academy. The point is to, it's going to be a learning hub for all crypto enthusiasts and new joiners, providing blockchain and crypto education to the highest level. Whether they're new or wanting to learn something new, the Academy will provide courses, news, articles, boot camps, and exclusive contents for the holders. And we will offer a section for the users to do their own courses and upload them to the Academy as an NFT connected to the NFT marketplace. So users can now upload their content and sell it as an NFT. Other than that, the utility token is a governance token, so the users can also vote on which users or which users in the community they see fit to educate them, and they would vote for that, and then there will be a course as an NFT, unlockable NFT in the academy and the marketplace. So those are our products. We start with the AMM swap, the wallet, the academy, the chain, and the NFT marketplace. We currently launched the AMM swap based on the VE token model. The rest are in development stage. But the real issue comes in that people now are bored of this kind of things, especially when I say a utility token or a native token. Because at the end of the day, you're going to get a token. What's the value of the token going to be? It could be, I'm going to tell you, deflationary token. This narrative I've been said many times before. So we're focusing on real yield. Through all of those products, every single revenue we generate is going to be given to the native token holder. So that's the value of the token. When they look at as a VE token up to 4 years, they will get a 1-to-1 ratio depending on the time they look at. And all the revenue generated will be given to those stakers as BUSD, USDT, Ethereum, whatever revenue we generate will be given to the users as real yield and not as a token we just minted. This is a preview for the VE token model we created. Currently, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we only have one competitor, which is on a different chain. We are running on BNB chain at the moment to test users because we're trying to go to the untapped market, and they have a lot of people interested in the BNB chain. Eventually, what the future holds for Venera Finance is to not just go to the B2C side, but go to the B2B side. And we want to offer blockchain consultancy, crypto analysts and crypto blockchain analysis, as well as blockchain development. This is where we're located at the moment. Our office is going to open soon in Dubai. We're in the process of opening it. I'm currently located in Budapest, Hungary, and the rest of the team are located all around the world. But we're going to open the headquarters in Dubai and all connect here. This is the team. I'm the CEO and co-founder. We have the chairman and the rest of the team. Continuing with the rest of the team. And this is the structure of the management of the company. We started with the top management and the development department, marketing, management, and the finance department. Here in particular, I'm just stating the management. The developers wanted to stay a bit outside of this. But when we move to Dubai, everyone is going to be coming here because our developers are spread all around the world at the moment. We are also audited by Solidity Finance, and we are KYC'd. Our audits are live. You can check them on our website or Solidity Finance website. And those are our listings and partners. We've been listed twice, 3 times, sorry, and those are our partners we talk to regularly. And thank you for listening to me. So this is my contact, my LinkedIn and websites, and the documents if anyone is interested. We're particularly looking for synergies, investors, or anyone who could particularly can help in the development, further develop the development of this product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. Next up, we have an exciting project. Noya, Omar, please.
Can you plug it in? Plug it in. I worked a lot on these animations, so I had to do it on my laptop. How are you doing, guys? It's my pleasure. I am proud to announce to you Noya, the new native omni-chain yield aggregator. So
this is pretty revolutionary. This hasn't been done before. So a lot of people have been facing trouble deploying capital. You've been hacked left, right, and center. Bridging is getting super complicated. And I think by now we know we can't trust centralized intermediaries, especially if they live in the Bahamas. So we came up with a very new, innovative, modular, omni-chain approach to yield. We have strategy, risk tolerance, bridging architecture, and goals. So for strategy, we have optimized an AI model that predicts yields, slippage fees, bridging fees, and rewards across different chains, assets, and pools. And then the user would decide and tell us what assets does he trust. Is he an Ethereum maxi? Does he want to farm Ethereum staking derivatives? Does he think Bitcoin is the future and he wants to farm wrapped Bitcoin and DeFi? Maybe. We'll see. Maybe does he trust Aave, Curve? Is he trusting a random AMM on a random Cosm pool? Whatever. We have a very modular bridging architecture and a DEX architecture that allows us to farm any chain and any protocol. So what can you do with us? You can optimize yield. You can diversify risk. Protocols and DAOs can minimize slippage and increase their TVL. So a couple of examples. We can pioneer the first ever omni-chain liquidity pool. We can create just-in-time liquidity to minimize slippage. For example, Lido is being farmed on Optimism and Ethereum at the same time. They have varying inflation rates. Their slippage is going up and down depending on the volume. Our AI model can predict volume, predict slippage, and create the first ever just-in-time LP to minimize their slippage. We can do liquidity bootstrapping to taking the liquidity and assigning it to different protocols and chains to increase TVL as much as possible. We can do retail yield farming. For example, if I just want to farm USDC on Aave and I trust all Ethereum chains, I can just do Ethereum Aave, USDC, and all of the rollups. And that way I'll farm one asset across all these different pools. And then we have lots of different protocols and big NFT treasuries that are mainly doing nothing, or mainly they're only farming one chain, and that's wrong. That's yield that's being wasted, and they can improve that. So our go-to-market is pretty simple. Any application that only lives on one chain or lives multi-chain without the communication between them, we can make them omni-chain. We can increase TVL and lower fees. There is not a single DeFi protocol that does this. It's pretty new. There are no competitors right now, and we're looking forward to them, to be honest. Our business model is pretty simple. There's a Noya token that takes part of the fees from the omni-chain yield. And then we can pioneer, once we have liquidity across different chains, we can do uncollateralized flash loans across different rollups and across different chains. And then once we have that uncollateralized flash loans, we can build the lending aggregator, very capital efficient because it doesn't require liquidity to pay back debt. We can create self-repaying loans based on omni-chain yield and not yield based on one chain. So what's next for Noya? We want to optimize our model. We can integrate with different wallets, front ends, and fiat on-ramps protocols. We can build the first ever omni-chain stablecoin that's backed by omni-chain yield, an omni-chain ETH staking derivative. We can scale vertically with different protocols that are built on top of that, and we can pave the way for competing ML models. So the team is me and George. We both are multiple hackathon winners. We won ETH Paris, ETH Amsterdam, ETH Berlin, ETH Prague, and we're looking forward to hearing feedback from you for Noya. This is a disclaimer, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Omar. Next up, do we have Team Connect here? We don't. I think they're on the way.
represent the company Kinetics Network. I'm strategic development at Kinetics. Kinetics is automatically gasless exchange with guarantee price. So the first stage that we already done is a swap widget. And the main thing that we do not have our own TVL. We aggregate liquidity from exist protocols, DEXs and bridges. In the near future, we're planning to aggregate more than 400 different sources of liquidity. And this stage is almost already done. So last Friday, we were on the mainnet in an 8 network. Also, gasless multi-chain technologies means that you don't need to have a stored native gas in the first network. Right now, it's working only with a pyramid token, and next month we're planning to represent a universal solution where it can be used on all chains and all networks with any tokens. It's like stablecoin, USDT, USDC, no matter. So this is 2 stages already in the mainnet, and we're debugging it right now. The second stage, what we're planning to do and how we do it, we use relay nodes. So we automatically execute all the smart contracts, and the main features of this is that the users don't need to care anymore about how DeFi technology and bridges working. So no matter what road, everything done completely automatically, and you don't need to storage gas for intermediate stages. You don't need intermediate wallets. You don't need to know how or care how all the rows will be processed because everything done automatically. And our main goal, the stage what we do right now, is limit order protocol without slippage. So this is some kind of escrow service where the users can make transaction in DeFi without slippage and with the MEF protection. So it's work like escrow service where we can connect market makers, we can connect liquidity from the exist pool, and transaction will be the same, with the speed the same as a confirmation block. Benefits for the customer is DeFi will compare to some kind of CeFi. So when you don't need to wait, you don't need to be online to confirm all the stages. It's just one-click exchange with aggregation all the liquidity sources. You can swap any coins from any network because we don't use a TVL and we don't care about how much liquidity in the pool, so we can aggregate everything. You also don't need the gas, and the main point is that we will not reduce the slip risk, we will absolutely solve the problem with the slippage. Monetization of our product, we're planning to create, next few months create a token which will be secured for our network with relay nodes. Security for relay nodes and for our protocols. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We might be having one more presentation from Tenderize. I think he's on the way, but other than that, we'll be wrapping up after that. I stand corrected, we have team Job Zero.
Hello everybody. What we are building is JobsRaw. JobsRaw is a crypto decentralized jobs marketplace so that, I'll remove this, all of the people that got wrecked in crypto can finally get jobs in the crypto space. But more seriously, it's just like a place where anybody can find Web3 talent and Web3 jobs in the crypto space. So what's our purpose? Our purpose is to create the main marketplace for Web3, where everyone, irrespective of nationality, location, and gender, will be able to work under equal conditions. So what are the problems we are solving? Just to tell you a quick story about why I started working on this, a friend of mine called me a random Thursday, and as all of you know, nobody calls you these days. People don't call you. And he was like, okay, I sent $90,000 to a guy. He was supposed to be a marketing agency that's going to promote my NFT project, but the guy just disappeared. And he just got scammed out of $90,000 just like that. And I felt it was weird that in the crypto space, we don't have any way to just allow people to make trustless payments, because the blockchain is trustless, but when you are going to work with people, it requires trust. So, although the blockchain technology is trustless, working with people requires trust. And at the moment, there's a huge risk just to accepting payment in crypto if the person on the other end doesn't deliver. Adoption, also of the crypto space, will require legitimate use. Legitimate use is everything that's not a financial derivative, and which is not just a copy pasta of like, here's how you're going to make more money by buying tokens that are just Ponzinomics. And also, we have no jobs platform that are for the Web3 natives. Most of the existing platforms, they don't cater to the needs of the crypto space. They have middlemen, no smart contracts, and no MetaMask login, which doesn't make sense. So we have a lot of different problems in the space from different people that work, Web2 developer, Web3 entrepreneur, writer, artist, and we can help them just like enhance their work activity on chain. Here's what one of the industry leaders, or at least some guy that has a lot of followers on Twitter, is mentioning about the adoption of the crypto space. Adoption is when we'll start using Web3 for freelance sites like Fiverr, and that's exactly what we are building. So Jobsra is a decentralized crypto marketplace with lower fees, 4%, which would allow buyers and sellers to save on fees and spend crypto natively. Oops. So if we compare the fees of each platform, Upwork charge upwards of 20% fee, Jobsra, we charge 4% fee, and Fiverr charge 20% fee. And all of this is without considering the fact that PayPal charges you 5% fee on the conversion rate on top of that. So why now? The work from home movement is growing. The bear market is the time to build. The gig economy is growing, and the current platforms have way too much power. If you look at the market size of Upwork and Fiverr over the past years, it's been on a constant uptrend. Revenue has been growing, gross merchant value has been increasing, and so we see the market as growing, and it's a great opportunity to get in. More and more countries are actively taking part in the gig economy. We can see that, the US, the UK, the Brazil have seen the fastest growing based on earnings year on year, and also the number of freelancers in the US is just increasing month after month, year after year. What about the competition? So we have different platforms like Hive, Claros, Braintrust, Solidate that do something somewhat similar. But the problem for some of these platforms, for example, Braintrust and Solidate, is they have LinkedIn login. I don't know anybody in the crypto space that uses LinkedIn, so that doesn't seem really relevant. Claros is just a decentralized escrow system. Decentralized litigation system, and Hive is just basically, they try to do a bit of everything, but their UX is terrible, they don't have reputation, you cannot pay in any token, and their chains are limited. We are going to be multi-chain. We are going to have MetaMask login. Our marketplace is live, we have an MVP. We are going to have an optimized UX, reputation through soulbound token. You'll be able to pay in any tokens. We'll have a decentralized litigation to make sure that, us as a company cannot decide to lock your funds for 3 months. You'll have a chat, revenue will be generated through the fees, and also we'll have maybe a token at some point in time, and we'll have crypto invoices. So yeah, we'll have real yield, you'll be able to get paid on time, you'll be able to have crypto invoices that are important for like the, I'll say, Web2 businesses and traditional businesses, because they need to be able to prove to governments and all that they've been doing work or that they actually collected payments. So we'll do that. We'll have a soulbound token reputation system. We'll be multi-chain. You'll be able to find talented Web3 people, have a decentralized litigation, and have no money blocked for 3 months. So here's our team. I'm Kelly. I'm full-time on Jobsra, and I run a marketing agency for 2 years, running YouTube and YouTube ads for my clients. And I've been a runner-up to the Olympic 2021 qualification in fencing. My founder that's over there with the same polo as me. Full-time on Jobsra as well, has a BSc on computer science and mathematics, worked on cutting-edge fintech solutions for 2 years before going all in crypto in early 2021, and is also Ivan on Tech graduate and a big Chad. So that's it for me. Wish you had a good time, and I wish you all a great day.
Thanks, Keel. We're just waiting for Salim from Tenderize. He should be here within the next 5 minutes.
Everybody hear me clear? Yes? Sounds good. You can keep the music on. I still figuring out the internet. start. So welcome everybody. I'm delighted for you to be here today. This is the last presentation, so I hope you still have some energy to listen to me today. I'll be talking about Tenderize today, a real quick demo, and I would love to inspire you to think about use cases that go beyond liquid staking, because that's what we are all about. So what we are essentially building here is native liquid staking. But let's start with the problems that we're solving and already solving today. So we went live on May this year, and what we created is our version 1 protocol. What we support are 4 projects. That's LivePair, Polygon, The Graph, and Onius. So in essence, who knows here what staking is? Raise your hand. Who knows here what liquid staking is? Okay, great. So staking has a problem with when it comes to flexibility and having control of your own assets and exiting your position whenever you want. It's not possible. I'll give you an example. For example, if you would have GRT and you would like to stake it, you would need to wait 28 days approximately to unstake it. So liquid staking is a solution for giving instant access to your underlying assets. And how we do that on Tenderize is by bootstrapping our own liquidity pools, which makes it possible to swap back your underlying for the tokenized stake that you get in return when you stake with us. And what we are trying to solve here for in the future is that the current market, only 10% of the market is doing liquid staking. And we believe that the reason for this is that the validators, the nodes, they don't make use of this use case of liquid staking. And the reason why we think this is that these validators, if they would stake towards themselves, for example, the solutions that we have out there like Lido, validators are in a set with their competitors. So if they would stake towards themselves, they would be sharing revenue with their competitors. So we are here to solve that, create individual votes of the node operator that if they would stake towards themselves, it would be possible to only share the revenue with themselves and not with their competitors. And the most exciting part of our vision is that we are focused on going beyond liquid staking. We would call it supercharging our stake. And the reason why we feel that this is really important is we are focusing on work protocols, like I just mentioned, the project that we support. And what we are trying to do here is connect the infrastructure of Web3 where builders like you build upon. We want to connect it with DeFi. And the first use case that we are going to build beyond liquid staking is essentially collateralizing your tokenized stake. What does that mean? So if you would have staked assets on a node and you would like to get cash flow work for you, it's not possible in the current situation. So what we want to do is, if you would collateralize your tokenized stake, so without unstaking your position, you could take that TGRT, collateralize it against the stable coin, and in that way have a more efficient way to scale your operations as a node operator, for example, hiring new engineers, or even go look how to expand your operations by spinning up new nodes. So in essence, this is the market, and the staking market is ready for mass adoption. You see a really clear trend here. And what we want to do is empower these stakers and give them new use cases that go beyond liquid staking. The leadership team is Nico. He was the core developer at LivePair for years, and he started Tenderize while he was on LivePair, and he actually created one of the biggest mining pools, LivePool it's called, on the LivePair network. Nigel is a crypto native. He's our chief marketing director, and he worked for Pocket Network, DeFi Slate in Europe. And me, myself, I'm the chief operating officer. Been an entrepreneur for 10 years, had my own digital transformation company, and sold my share last year, and now I'm here fully committed to build the Web3 and help the whole ecosystem grow and grow the adoption. So we are a team of 7 people. We did a seed round of 3 million. We are global. We have our team in India, Hungary, Belgium, me in Dubai, Portugal and Colombia. We're established last year, and this is our backers. Our lead investor is Edenblock, together with TGRC, Pigment, Atlas Angels, and Anchor Club. So what we are doing now is we're focusing on our feature, which will be released next year, and we are also excited to announce that we'll be launching our token next year also. So if you're interested in joining our Series A, that's also a focus of ours in the upcoming months. So let's move to a demo to give you a feeling of how easy it is to stake to Tenderize. So if you go to our application, you can choose which token you would like to stake. To keep it cheap for myself, I chose LivePeer. LivePeer is on Arbitrum, and the other 3 smart contracts on our mainnet. So what you can do, selecting LivePeer, you can stake your LivePeer tokens by staking it. Confirming my stake. Sign the transaction. Pay the gas fees. And in a few seconds you'll see that my LPT is now staked and I have more TLPT now. So if I would like to unstake my LPT, doing it just natively, just staking, it will take me 7 days to get my tokens back. But it's not the case with Tenderize. So if I would like to exit my position, I go to our decentralized exchange, TenderSwap. We select the TLPT that I have. I trade that back to LPT, and this can be done both ways. So you can swap your LPT to TLPT or TLPT for LPT. So in this case, we're talking about swapping back to our underlying. We traded, we confirmed. So what's this? This is an AMM. We have optimized a stable swap AMM for our use case here, and we are coming up with, I would say, a revolutionizing way of optimizing it for in the future when we release our feature. Our white paper will be out soon, and I would love to share it with you guys. But what we have created here is we talk about people to create a tokenized stake that's native to every node. So you have TLPT, Pigment, TLPT block payment, TLPT chainflow, etc. They are routing assets and they share the same liquidity without sharing revenue they would stake to themselves. So let's swap back to our LPT. Sign the transaction and pay the gas fee. Wait a few seconds. And voila, I got my LPT back. Yeah, so this is a cool technology and a really easy user experience for users, delegators, but for the first time also node operators that can have real use cases that benefit them to scale their operations by using their tokenized stake and unlocking their cash flows to scale their operations. Thank you for your time today, and have a lovely event, and we'll surely speak to each other today or tomorrow. I'll be giving a talk tomorrow again without a demo, I think. Thank you. Are there any questions? Smart people, nice. Okay, have a nice day, man. Bye-bye. By the way, if you are a node operator or a validator, please come by to the booth, because I would love to hear about use cases you would like to see happen, and also leave your contact information when we launch our V2. You'll be able to permissionally use our protocol and benefit from scaling your operation more efficiently and be able to stick towards yourself and grow your operation. Thank you.
event, which is really remarkable given the event is one we have not done the likes of that took place. All right, Martin Savage, he's with the U.S. Troops. They're already in southern Iraq. They're moving forward. They're clearly on the way towards Baghdad, and you're looking at these live pictures of Baghdad. Rather intense. They're anticipating a U.S. strike. We are now reporting that this is A-Day, the start of the campaign called Shock and Awe and Awe and Awe and Awe and Awe.
we're basically going to be following along. I'm going to be building this NFT tickets app in front of everyone, but I'm going to be following the instructions on this dev.to guide, which also links to the GitHub repo, which you'll need to clone down and switch to the start branch. You can passively watch, or you can follow along. If you fall behind a little bit, don't worry, because the instructions are on that repo. Doesn't matter if you follow along, but I'll be going at a slow enough pace that it shouldn't be an issue. If anyone does fall behind and they want help, you can raise your hand and I'll send someone over to help you out. But it's pretty straightforward. As long as you've used Node.js before, as long as you know how to use NPM, you have some basic experience with JavaScript and React, should be smooth sailing. And again, we'll get started in the next 10 minutes.
Is that poisoned note? The living snakes of silver.
Go here and check everything out.
In mossy skulls that nest and lie, ever singing, die, oh die. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal forms. Unsex me here and fill me from the ground to the toe, top full of direst cruelty.
If anyone's having problems or they can't see the screen, like we have lots of seats up front, looks like we only have a monitor here, and of course the big monitor here. So again, if you have any issues with seeing or potentially being able to follow along, it's probably best to take a closer seat. I won't bite. Check. Yeah, but I don't hear it coming out of the... Check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Check. Perfect, there we go. And I'll just turn it back on whenever we're ready to use it. Thank you. All right, so we're starting to get some of the people filing in for the workshop. link here, and you can find the basic instructions that we'll be using to get started. You will need Node.js, NPM, Visual Studio Code, and a MetaMask extension, preferably in Chrome. Again, you can just use a test wallet just for the workshop and kill it afterwards. So, but I would suggest using it on Chrome, just for the workshop. And if you go to this link, again, you will get to a dev.to page, which has the GitHub repo. You can clone that down and switch over to the start branch. That's where we'll be starting the workshop from. That's where I will be starting it from, and you can follow along. So mostly what I will be doing up here is just building the dApp in front of you guys using the same instructions that you guys see on your screen if you follow this link. And if anyone has any questions at any time, or if they need any help with anything, MetaMask, getting MetaMask installed, you're kind of on your own with Node.js and NPM. Or if during the workshop you run into any weird errors, we could have someone like Guillaume come around and help you out. So I think we're going to get started at 1:55, so that's 3 minutes from now. Show of hands if you need a few more minutes to kind of get like MetaMask extension installed. Okay. I don't know if that's a hand or he's talking to someone. I think that guy just uses his hands a lot when he talks. He doesn't even know I'm talking about him. Show of hands if you have MetaMask extension in Chrome already. Dope. Show of hands if you don't have MetaMask extension installed. Okay. There's like several people that didn't raise their hand for anything. You have a question? So I would not suggest using mobile for the workshop, mostly because I haven't really tested it out. So we will be using MetaMask SDK. Guillaume, do you have any reasons why the mobile wouldn't work with the workshop? Probably should work? Okay. Yeah, like the happy path that we tested is having the extension in your browser. The good thing though is that if for any reason you do have an issue, like everything that we're doing in the workshop is on a dev.to link, and you can follow along at a later time if something doesn't work right for you, or if you don't want to install MetaMask Chrome extension just for the workshop on your computer. So, yeah, but my suggestion is to have MetaMask installed with the extension. That's what I'm going to be doing, and that's because we'll have to import like a, we're going to be running Ganache locally, and it's going to give us some private keys that we're going to import into our wallet to give us some ETH locally to work with. So therefore, if you have the extension installed, it'll be super easy. You won't have to like copy that by looking at it on the screen or send the text to yourself or anything weird. All right. So I'm going to get started here. Again, if you have questions at any time, raise your hand and I can send Guillaume around to help you out. We also have, I think, a few other people in here that could possibly help you out. Is Francesco here? Not yet? Well, anyways, Guillaume can help you out if you need it. Just raise your hand, I'll see you, and I'll send him over. I'm about to navigate away from this screen. It's tinyurl.com/web3-Dubai. So I don't have a lot of slides because this is a kind of follow-along workshop. My name is Eric Bichard, and I am the Developer Relations Manager at MetaMask. We also have Guillaume Bibou out here in the back. Raise your hand, Guillaume. He is one of our DevRels, and he's an engineer / DevRel DX engineer at MetaMask. He's awesome. Used to work at Vercel. You can see both of our Twitter handles here. So I'm at HTTPJunkie on Twitter, and he is at Guy Bibot. If you want to take a second, if you want, we'll also share our Twitter handles again, but you can also go to the Web3Dubai speakers page, and you can see our profiles there. You can link to our Twitter and our GitHubs from there, and our DMs are always open. We are the people at MetaMask that help developers do whatever the hell they need to do. Again, the follow-along resources are at tinyurl.com/web3dubai. I suggest that you have a Node.js NPM and a MetaMask Chrome extension installed in order to follow along with the workshop. Now we won't go to that screen yet. So again, here are some of the prerequisites. It's probably good that you have a healthy knowledge of JavaScript or have used it before. TypeScript, even if you're not super kind of familiar with TypeScript, you'll still be able to complete the workshop. We're going to be using React and Next.js, so knowledge of that's a plus, but it's not required because we're going to do everything for you. We're going to walk you through all of the steps one by one, and if you have any questions, again, raise your hand and we'll help you out. We will be touching, not really touching any smart contracts, but the starting point of this workshop will basically, it's a mono repo, and it has a blockchain folder in it and a web folder. The blockchain folder has all of your smart contracts and some other stuff in there, and then the web folder is like your Next.js front-end application. And again, it's all in one repo. If you have not done so yet, I think you will need both of these installed. So just globally, you'd probably want to have Truffle and Ganache installed. So all you'd have to do there is just open up a terminal. That's a very small terminal. And just paste that in and run it. And that should get you ready. Also, if you can't run that command, you probably don't have NPM. And hopefully you do. So getting started, I'm on this dev.to page that I linked to from the link there. And the first thing I'm going to start with is I am going to I'm going to run each one of these commands individually. We're going to take our time through this too, so that, and feel free to work ahead if you want to, but in order to kind of make it easy for everyone, I'm going to kind of take my time going through it, and we're going to do a lot of explanation of the things that we're doing. Yes, there will be some copy and pasting, but we have tried to keep the steps for the workshop in a kind of manner that it really feels like you are building the dApp piece by piece. Even though, again, there are some copy and paste stuffs, especially around like styles, styled components and stuff that we're using. We're not going to go over a lot of that and how the CSS works. Either you know it or you just know that it's magic and it works. So the first thing I'm going to do is just get to a directory where I can put this. So I'm going to go into my dev folder, and I'm going to make a directory called Web3Dubai. And I'm going to change directories into it. Oops. Ew. Oh, I didn't do the CD. There we go. Already exists. All right, so now I'm in an empty directory. I'm going to go ahead and clone down the project. That'll take a minute. I'm going to change directories into that. I'm then going to check out the start branch. And from here, I'm actually going to go ahead and open up my code editor and get away from this terminal. This mic is in a really weird place. There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run npm install real quick. So the way that this is a mono repo, right? So we have two projects inside of our mono repo. We have a blockchain folder and a web folder, right? So you can think of the blockchain folder as kind of your back end and the web folder as your front end. That's where all your Next.js stuff is going to be located. But at the root of the project, I can go ahead and run npm install. And we're using TurboPack. And so that is going to install all of my dependencies for my application for the entire mono repo. So it's going to install all of the things I need for the blockchain directory and for the web project. So we'll give that a minute. So what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to open up a few things here. All right, so hey Guillaume, do you want to come up and help me real quick? So what Guillaume is going to do, so by the way, Guillaume is one of my DevRels, and he helped me get a lot of the projects set up here. We really wanted to give you a starting point for any Web3 dApp that uses kind of MetaMask, Truffle, and Ganache. So I'm going to let Guillaume tell you a little bit about how this project is set up. And Guillaume, take as much time as you need and just kind of explain some of the choices that we've made. You can take a look at the screen if you want to. Yeah.
All right. So what we try to understand is how do we typically, create a dApp? Like how do you typically work when you're making a project? And not everybody does like their smart contracts in isolation and then your front end separately. So sometimes it's nice, to have a nice UX. You love to work with both of them at the same place. So what we've tried to do is to, sorry, I just don't want to talk into mics. So what we've tried to do is to, inside the apps folder here, you can see, as Eric mentioned, both the blockchain and the web, and we are able to work really simultaneously. So inside the blockchain, we've done two things. First of all, we have a command to start a local network. So if you are, oh, all right, this must be a bit better. So if you are at the root of the repo and you run the local command, so npm run local, this is going to start a local network. That local network is going to give you test Ethereum. There's going to be private wallets in there that you can import. And there's also, wait, can you stop there? No, okay, no, I'm sorry. So yeah, so the goal is really to get you started. I'm really sorry about this. So the goal really is for you to work on this project full stack. So if you make a change in your smart contract, it deploys to the local network, and you're able to actually test the transactions directly with that local network. So you don't have, to deploy to a test net, to guest test ETH. And Eric will show you, there's only 2 commands to run, so you don't need a whole lot of things. And we've also made sure to use something called typechain. Typechain is pretty nice because it is a convenience library. It will work to create a meta class so that you can import in headers.js, which we'll cover a little bit later. So all that you need to see in this setup is that everything is really quick and easy to get started. You could reuse that also for other projects. Right now it's an NFT mint, but use it at your convenience. This is a good starter for pretty much any MetaMask project or, yeah, does that make sense?
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started and close some of these package.jsons. So hopefully you have a pretty decent idea of kind of why we've made the choices that we have. So with our repo cloned and our dependencies installed, we should take a minute to discuss, and that's what he just did. And I'm going to go ahead and run a few commands. Again, all of the stuff that we want to be kind of working with is either in the blockchain repo or the web repo. And the commands that npm run local and npm run dev, we're going to be running those kind of from the root of the project. So first off, I'm going to run npm run build. Just kind of a sanity test to make sure everything's working properly. Good. So I'm going to use this terminal here to actually do my npm run local. And again, like he said, that's going to spin up a local version of Ganache, and it's going to, so we have a local blockchain running now, and we have these 10 accounts that we can use to import into our wallet that will give us 100 ETH, right? We're friggin' rich now. Next, I want to create another terminal. And here, I'm going to wait to run the npm run. Actually, go ahead and run it now. npm run dev. And hopefully you don't have any issues. I did walk through all this, and it seemed to work pretty well. As you can see here, I've got, this is not super huge, but maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. Make this smaller. So as you can see here, we got this contract address. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And I'm going to go into my web directory, and there is a lib folder here and a config. So I'm going to come in here and just paste that contract address in. Just know that anytime that you kill this npm run dev process and you run it again, it's going to give you a different contract address every time, and you're going to need to copy that contract address over and put it into your config.ts. So we'll go ahead and leave this file kind of open for now. And we're going to move on to just kind of running through all the different steps. All right, we've already run npm run dev. We got the contract address. And we're going to get started by, first we're going to open up the local host, which it printed up right up here at the top. So here we go, open this guy up. And you can see our awesome app here. I'll blow this up a little bit. But basically, we have a Next.js app up and running. And there's not a lot going on here. It says, let's get started. What I wanted to do is start from a point where really nothing is going on yet. Yeah, you've got your blockchain folder. We've got some smart contracts in there. And we're going to go over that smart contract real quick, just to kind of understand what we're dealing with. So the workshop is not highly focused around writing smart contracts or building smart contracts. The reason we're supplying this smart contract to you is so that you have something to get started and get working with for the first time. But the idea around this smart contract is creating like NFT tickets for a fictitious event. Now you could use like one of these contracts for maybe every event that you wanted to run. Let's say that you ran 2 events per year. You could deploy a contract for what we kind of created a fictitious event called ETH Atlantis, because we're pretty sure that there will never be an ETH Atlantis because Atlantis doesn't exist. So we're bringing in a few kind of helper libraries from OpenZeppelin. So again, we're not going to go deep into any of these. You can do a little bit of research on these individual packages yourself and understand how it works, but I'll give you a real quick run through of kind of what's going on here. So we know that we want to have an initial supply for our contract, or sorry, for our tickets, which will start at 0. We want to have a variable for the owner. We want to have a max supply. So I've set mine at 8,999, and I've actually started the first token ID at 999. That means the first ticket that I mint will actually be number 1,000. And if I mint 8,999, that will bring me really close to 10,000, and I shouldn't ever hit 10,000. So again, these are just arbitrary numbers. You could plug whatever you want in here. We also, let's see here. We also have this kind of idea of a mint deadline. So once you deploy this contract, I believe this would allow people to mint for, what, a week? 168 hours? I think that's a week. You also have a total supply function that you can call at any time to just to find out what the total supply is. We have wallet of owner. So this is another function that will basically allow you to find out what NFTs are owned by a particular wallet. We have, so if you were to deploy this to like a test net, we're going to do everything locally. But if you wanted to deploy this to a test net and kind of like test it out on OpenSea, this first JSON object here would be the object that kind of defines your collection on OpenSea or any other kind of NFT marketplace. And we basically are going to be encoding all of this JSON data to be able to store it on the blockchain. Just moving along here, we have a modifier called canMint. So these are just some requirements that need to be adhered to in order for someone to mint one of our NFTs, right? The total supply has to be less than the max supply. The timestamp needs to be less than the mint deadline. And the ticket price needs to be either a GA ticket price or basically a VIP ticket price. The way I've set up this contract is that you can really only mint 2 different types of NFTs. One would be a VIP, and it would cost 0.02 ETH, and one would be a GA, and it would cost 0.01 ETH, right? You could create more of these and have like several different types of tickets. You could have a ticket for a workshop. You could have a ticket that it kind of encompasses everything in the conference, whatever you want. But we just went with like the idea of like, hey, there's VIP people and there's general admission, and to get a VIP ticket, you got to pay double, right? And just going a little bit further here. Finally, we have our mint NFT function. You know, sometimes we call this mint. Sometimes I've called it mint NFT. This is going to be the function that in the contract that basically we would be calling from our front end application in order to mint our NFT. Token URI. This is the function that's going to be creating the individual NFTs. We're going to be, I wouldn't call this a dynamic NFT, but we are taking kind of information, name, description, whether or not it's a GA or a VIP ticket, and we're printing that stuff out into, so that we have like traits for the NFT here. So one of the traits would be VIP or GA. The owner would be the actual ID of their wallet. The image would be the SVG that's generated. And that kind of brings us to the last part. So this NFT, the reason why I wanted to do an on-chain SVG NFT is for a workshop, and especially those people that are in Web 2 and are kind of getting into Web 3 for the first time. If you want to create NFTs like like a Bored Ape or something like that, you really can't store those images on the blockchain. The reason why we can store an SVG on the blockchain is because I can actually render an SVG with pretty minimal code. Although you'd probably want to optimize this a little bit more, it's still pretty hefty of a price to pay to deploy this contract. But there's always kind of new opportunities and options for deploying so that gas is not as much. It doesn't take as much to deploy an NFT project. But just know that what we're doing here is this generate NFT SVG by token ID. We kind of have the basic SVG code here that wraps around. And then we also have broken up the top part of the SVG and the bottom part of the SVG into two different functions here. The reason I actually did that was because I was having issues with this ABI encode packed function. Basically, if I tried to do it all in one function, it was blowing up on me. So I just put it into several different functions. But that's the end of our contract, right? So we are creating an NFT. It is stored on chain. The SVG that it creates is on chain. And we're going to go through and actually build this application. So rather than kind of show you the end result of the entire project, just imagine that we're going to have a mint page, and you're going to have the option of selecting either a general admission or a VIP ticket. You can click a button that says mint. That will mint your NFT. It'll disable the button while you're minting it. And then when you're done minting it, we're going to have a place at the bottom of the page so that whoever's connected to that dApp, based on their wallet address, it will show at the bottom all of the NFTs that you currently own. So if you buy 2 tickets to the event with your wallet, it should show 2 tickets down there. I did want to show one other thing on here. So this max supply, like if I set this to 4, that would mean I could only generate like 4 tickets. And I'm going to change it back. But just know that once you kind of hit that max supply, your users will not be able to mint NFTs anymore. All right, so next step here, kind of getting back to kind of building this thing. Sorry about that. So what we're going to do really quickly is we're going to add a folder under web components, styled components, and we're going to add a navigation.js styled component in here. So let's go ahead and do that. So notice right now in components, all we have is a layout. That's what's kind of creating this layout here, this blue layout. Again, it's not super sophisticated, but this is a Next.js project, and you have like all the basics here to get started. So I'm going to create a folder called styled components. Make sure I name it correctly. And inside there, I'm going to create a file called navigation. All right, we're not going to type this file because all it is a styled component. And then I'm just going to copy all of the code here. Again, there's going to be a lot of copying and pasting. And we're going to create 2 of these. So we'll create a navigation. And we'll also create one called general. And the general will just be like a bunch of styled components that are for like buttons and flexbox containers and stuff like that. This is all kind of layout and styling, but we have to have it in place so that our application looks, fairly decent when we're viewing it. All right, next we want to actually go and create our navigation.tsx. Now the navigation part will be at the top of the application. It's about 40 pixels at the top of our application, and that'll be where we actually install like the MetaMask connection buttons and all that. So we'll create another file here. Yep. Just called navigation.tsx. All right, so here you can see that we've got, this is basically all the code needed to make up our navigation. Now, if you're not familiar with styled components, each one of these tags is basically just like a div, and there is a corresponding styled component in each one of these files that kind of creates all of the styling for that div. Go ahead and save that. And we're basically gonna have a logo on the left-hand side that just says ETH Atlantis, right, whatever. Now on the right-hand side, we should see a little span that says MetaMask Connect button. So we don't have our button there yet, but if we go back over to our page and refresh this, oh, let's see here, are we running? Oh, we forgot a step, sorry guys. We have to now go and actually update our index.ts file to import the navigation and display it. So in our pages directory, we will have an index.ts. And basically, what I'm going to be doing is just copying all of this and pasting right over this. Make sure there's no other. So now if we navigate over to our application, yeah, I've made it a little bit big there. Sorry guys, I didn't know I was going to be standing and using, not being able to use my mouse or my keyboard, so. Cool, so we've got our basic navigation there, and this little area at the top right, now we need to create something that's going to replace this. This will be, we're going to use the MetaMask SDK. So if you've never heard of the MetaMask SDK, that's okay because it's in beta right now. The one thing I would say is that if you're integrating MetaMask into your current dApps, you're probably doing one of two things. You're probably using Wallet Connect to be able to connect a various number of wallets, including MetaMask, mobile or extension. We have something called MetaMask SDK that's already out in beta. If anyone wants to be part of the beta and test it out, they can do so. You'll also find in this project the NPM links to actually go and install MetaMask SDK and use it yourself. But we also have a Discord. We have a place where you can talk to the developers that are developing the library and give us feedback and all that kind of stuff. So the next thing I want to do is I want to kind of follow some of the other instructions here to get started, putting everything in place so that we can use this wallet or this MetaMask SDK. Now, if we think about it, when we're connecting a wallet, the wallet's going to have state, and we're going to want to listen to any changes from the wallet, and we're also going to want to supply components through our application and re-render them based on kind of some global state that's keeping track of the wallet state. So I'm going to create a new folder called hooks in the web directory. And inside here, I want to create two files. One of them is going to be called useListen. And the other one will be useMetaMask. I'm just going to copy it from here. And now let me just copy the code in. We're going to talk about this. And Guillaume actually wrote the majority of this, so I'm going to have him just explain these two files for you really quickly. Actually, 1 minute, Guillaume, because I think let's see. I think I also want to add one more file to the mix before I have you come up and explain them. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but don't worry, we're going to go over all of it. And even if you don't really care what it does, it's kind of magic. It'll just work. It'll take care of all of your state from the MetaMask wallet, and you'll be able to supply that to your various components. All right, so this one is use MetaMask. Yeah, I put that in the wrong directory or wrong file. Just swap that into the other file here. Yeah, make sure you put them in the right file. And then we're also going to update our navigation. So what I'll do is once I add these, I can open them up and we can go over them kind of one by one. So again, we're creating a useListen.tsx, a useMetamask.tsx, and then we're going to update our navigation. Let me just see where that puts us. And we'll also go ahead and update this provider. So we need to add a provider to the underscore app.tsx. So this basically, those files that we just created that create some global state that keeps track of our wallet, we basically need to wrap that around our layout. So let's go ahead and add that. You following along, Guillaume? 2 more changes, and then I'll have him come up and explain some of this. So that's going to go into our layout. So we're going to update our layout file. Then we have one more file that's going to be in our weblib directory, and it's going to be called metamask sdk.ts. It's going to be called tsx, not ts. No, just ts. So lib, it's going to be called metamask.ts, metamask sdk.ts. All right, and now I'll have Guillaume come up. So what we're going to do is we're going to explain a little bit about the useListen file, the useMetamask file, the changes that we've made to our layout and app.tsx. So let me arrange these kind of for you really quickly. I'm going to close some of these pages so we can get right to the meat. So first we have our navigation, we have our app.tsx, we have our layout, MetaMask SDK, useListen, and use MetaMask.
All right. So the first thing I'd like to point out is that we're built. Is the sound quality better? All right. So the first thing I'd like to point out is that we're using Next.js. Next.js is not a client-only framework, so it will do always the first render on the server side. So we had to tweak around a little bit how we approach connecting MetaMask, because MetaMask works generally by injecting on the window object, it will inject window.ethereum. So if you have your wallet in your browser, every web page is going to have that window.ethereum. So this is at the core of everything we tried to do inside this setup. So just the first thing to note, if you're used to create a React app, you will have your app.tsx or main.tsx, which will be like the root, like your root component. In Next.js, if we want to have anything global, we'll use the underscore app.tsx. So for us, we wanted to make a provider. We wanted the state of the wallet. Let's say if you wanted the balance, if you wanted to know if the person is connected, we wanted it to be global. So this is why we created a context provider called MetaMask provider in here, which allows us to use a hook from anywhere in the app And this hook gives access to the connected wallet. It gives us access to also some information about this wallet. So this is why we created something called Use MetaMask. So Use MetaMask does a couple of things. So first of all, it is done in the traditional reducer pattern. So if you've used, if you have bad memories from Redux, I'm sorry to bring you back to this, but we decided it was probably the easiest way to understand all of the flow. So there is a big reducer that handles everything. So we have actions for connecting the wallet, for disconnecting. We have actions also for page loaded, because as I mentioned, we are passing between server-side and client-side rendering. So it is important to know when we have access to MetaMask or not. So if you look inside this reducer, we are also putting things in local storage. If you've used a dApp or any decentralized application that is not well built, you might have had to click connect wallet multiple times each time you reload the page, and it's not a good user experience. So this is why we wanted to save things in local storage, just so that your users, when they come back, they are still connected. But that brings up a challenge. That brings up the challenge because if they decide to disconnect, they can do so directly from their MetaMask wallet. Do you have the wallet connected? So just as an example,
I might have to put in a password, but so yeah, let me put it in password. Sorry. Don't look at my password. Super sophisticated.
This password is his birthday, but please be better than that. So I just wanted to give you an example. Like in MetaMask, you probably all know this, but users can disconnect by themselves. So if this happens and we are not ready for it, we are going to have the app in a state where it looks like it's connected. So what we've done is that we've used a use listen listener. This listener is really simple. What it does, it really just checks for accounts that have changed. So again, anytime we use MetaMask, we use window.ethereum. And if we see that we've received no new accounts, so if the length of the accounts is under 0, so the else statement basically here, we will simply dispatch a disconnect. So this hook is pretty useful. If users go ahead and they change their wallet, let's say they have a separate address and they switch it, this hook is going to do everything for us. So all of the pages that we've created, like all of these components, all that we've used them for is basically to keep listening to the MetaMask changes and to have it globally available. So in _app, you see this provider is just the context, but under the layout, we also are checking if MetaMask is installed. We are instantiating also the SDK. So this is basically it. You have 2 components that are higher in the component tree, and their goal is really just to make the state globally available. So with this, once it's done, you can build your dApp, you can proceed to do anything, and you'll have hooks to use pretty much anywhere if you want to interact with wallet. Oh, yes, I was forgetting about this one. So the MetaMask SDK, as Eric said, is in public beta. It does a couple of nice things. So it simplifies how you use the mobile extension. Obviously, in here, we're mostly working with the browser extension. But the SDK is similar to Wallet Connect in that if you work on your mobile, it will create a deep link so you can use your phone to interact with the website. And we have not tried with it to kind of overdo. We don't want to replace window.ethereum. We simply want to add on it. So this is why you don't have to do much. If you want to use the SDK, you simply would have to where's this? I'm sorry. Okay, in the layout. As soon as you instantiate the SDK, you will have the added capacities. You don't have to do a lot more else. But again, if you want to learn more, you can drop into the Discord server that we've set up, and you can see more. But this is mainly going to help users who have the mobile wallet. But for the extension users, it doesn't change a lot.
Awesome. Yeah, so one of the other things I would just mention is that no matter kind of what way you're connecting wallets to a Web3 dApp, one of the things that you don't get that often, and it's really hard to find online, is like best practices around managing the state of that wallet in, like, we're choosing to show you in a React application. And that's what most of the people in Web3 are using right now, so we've opted for that. But you just don't get a lot of good examples of like, hey, here's a best practice of what exactly you need to be doing to be tracking that wallet state. And that's one of the things that I'm super happy that Guillaume has kind of helped to do in this app, is to create these hooks and create some of these best practices to give you an idea of how to do it. It doesn't mean that you have to do it exactly this way, but it gives you a good example. And at the very least, now you don't have to go fishing around the web and putting, you know, information that you're getting from various sources and to figure out how to do this. And, you know, our DevRel team is very new at MetaMask, and so we're trying to create a lot of these resources to be able to give you this information. But I would just say that if you have access to this repo and you can get it working correctly, like, you're going to be getting a lot of kind of really cool tips and tricks right out of the box. So I just wanted to kind of say thank you to Guillaume, and he's done really good work here. I did a workshop on this last time at ETH Dubai, and I didn't go nearly this far in depth with kind of, you know, we were tracking the wallet state, but we weren't using the SDK, and we weren't kind of using some of the patterns that he's using here. So again, big thanks to him. And this is the application we're building this time at Web3Dubai is a little bit more sophisticated. So let me just go ahead and see kind of where we are right now. So I can disconnect my wallet and I can connect my wallet. Also, if you had not connected yet to MetaMask, or if you don't have MetaMask installed, I kind of don't want to do this because I don't want to take up a whole bunch more time, but just imagine that if I were to go into like my extensions and disconnect my MetaMask. When you hit connect right here, what would happen is you would get a little screen right in the middle, and some of you might have already seen this kind of getting your app up and running. There's a kind of like screen that shows up that says desktop and it says mobile, right? We're using the desktop version for this demo, but just know that the SDK is providing kind of that overlay component for you and giving you the option of selecting either your MetaMask extension or a mobile, or if you don't have an extension installed, it actually will give you a link at the bottom to actually go and install MetaMask. So you get a lot out of using the MetaMask SDK, and you might even think like, oh, this is still kind of basic. I could probably create this on my own. You're probably right, but as the SDK, as we release the SDK, as it comes out of beta, we're going to be adding a lot more features and allowing developers to do a lot more with the SDK. So I would say really pay attention and stay tuned to the MetaMask SDK and our kind of DevRel channels, and even follow us on Twitter, and we'll be releasing any information that we get on kind of new features. But of course, like he said, the Discord is a great place to go and find out more information on that. You can talk to the developers. If there's a feature that you want that's not there, you can literally ask one of the engineers, hey, what about this? Can we do XYZ? And hopefully they will do it. Or we can at least get it in our backlog. All right, so so we have the kind of navigation out of the way. We've got a button that will connect our, in this case, our user that's has a MetaMask extension. So the next thing we want to get to is we want to start building our minting page. And we're going to do it all right here on the index.ts page. So this, yeah, it's going to be a simple demo application. And the minting page will be the only route in the demo that we create. But just understand that all of the setup that Guillaume has done and all of this kind of mono repo that we've created with the blockchain folder and the web folder, this really sets you up to create any type of Web3 application. And if you wanted to create several routes and several more components inside your dApp, you wouldn't have to, with what you have in this application so far, you have the ability to use MetaMask in any of those components and be able to basically respond to state changes at anywhere in your application, and the setup that we've given you will scale pretty well. So again, I just don't see a lot of good examples out there of how to do that. If you follow like Nader Dabit or Austin Griffith, like you will find these guys doing some really cool tutorials where they show a lot of this stuff. But hey, you've got to follow through those tutorials, and they're not using MetaMask SDK yet, so I think it's really important to kind of see some of this stuff and at least know how to do it. Anyways, I'm going to move on now. On the index.tx page, we're going to import ethers. This is a library for interacting with Ethereum, and we're going to put this just above the navigation import. So let's go ahead and start moving on. So I need to go into the index.tx page, index.tsx, and basically I'm going to replace this line right here on line 4. I'm going to add the ethers library. I'm also importing a tickets page that doesn't exist yet, so now we need to go and create that. Oh yes, right underneath the mint component, we need to add this as well. So we're just going to put that right here. Let's really quickly talk about this. So what this is doing right here is we are just setting up, we're kind of hard coding this. This is a little object here, an array of objects. And these are just the different type of tickets that we're going to be providing on our minting page. So, you know, the event name, that's not super important, but like the type, GA, we want to, these objects that we're creating is for displaying the different types of objects on our minting page. They really have no other purpose than that. But the price and the price hex value, the price hex value is what we're going to be passing to the contract, and the price is just kind of like 0.02 ETH, right? We want to be able to display it on the page to let the user know how much the ticket is costing them, but just know that we have to convert that into a big number and the hex value for it in order to pass it to the contract. So I've done all that work for you. If you want to find out kind of more about what's going on underneath the hood there, you can always search for big numberify ethers.js, and you can kind of see kind of what's going on here. It's not too complicated. Next, what we want to do is we're going to add that tickets component down here underneath the navigation. And now we need to go and create that tickets page. So I'm going to be getting an error right now, but I'm going to go ahead and create that tickets.tsx page. And I'm going to copy this code in and talk a little bit about it. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot here, but mostly it's just all formatting and divs, right? It's pretty much everything in web development. It's just formatting, divs, and then a little bit of logic to make things work. Let me see what the next step is real quick. Yeah, let's go ahead and create the styled component real quick before we go over that page. So I need to go and create a tickets.js in the styled components folder, just so that whenever we run this, it'll look all nice and pretty. And I am not for a minute like telling you that this is an amazing styling. This is, I think Guillaume explained it as it's a pretty good like wireframe that Eric's created here. But I am in no way like a super designer, but it will look better than just having nothing on the page as far as styling. So what are we doing here? Well, we do have some states set up here because when we do create our minting button and we're ready to start connecting that contract, we want to know if we are currently minting a ticket, if there are any errors, and we also want to set an error message that we can display. Now I've added this code here, but we're not using it immediately. Also, this tickets component is taking in some props, right? We've got type, event, description, price, and price hex value. That's going to be so that we can pass those values over to the smart contract. Also, we've got some interfaces because all of this is in TypeScript, and we want to be able to, you know, we want to have our code set up correctly. So we have some interfaces here for our types, and down here, this is where we're going to be. We have basically this tickets types is going to be each of the different tickets, and these are all a flex item. So if you know from Flexbox, you have a Flexbox container, and then within the Flexbox container, you have multiple items. So the tickets is going to render first. There's going to be a tickets view and a Flexbox container, which maps over each of the different types of tickets. And that's going to be using this component right here, which I went ahead and put on this page called tickets types, rather than put it in its own page. So it's all right here, all together. With that in place, let's see. Just going to make sure this is going to the right styled components. So that's general. And then this one, components, styled components. And then we have tickets. There we go. I might have put the wrong code in there, but you can just get to those very easily and correct that by doing what I just did. All right, so we should now have at least those tickets printing out on the page. All right, let's see what's going on here. So in our index.tsx, somehow I might have created the wrong paths to these. Components. Tickets. There we go. That should fix it. All right. So now we've got our connection, our navigation, and we have our various types of tickets. Now these minting buttons don't work yet, but at least we're getting somewhere. Now we have, when a user comes to our minting page, we have the ability to show them what type of tickets we have, and we have a mint button there ready to go, but it doesn't work yet, so we need to start adding the code to make this minting work. And then after that, we'll start to create the display at the bottom to where when they mint a ticket, it'll actually show the tickets. And we'll talk more about that in a moment, but let's go ahead and start moving on here. So with all this in place, again, we see our ticket types show up with the minting buttons. They don't work yet. If you're looking for those, it's on localhost:3000. We want to add our minting functionality to the ticket category, actually a ticket type component. So with our tickets in place, we're ready to sell our tickets to ETH Atlantis. So in the tickets.tsx page, we need to add a few more imports. This is going to allow us to connect to our smart contract, and we need to also use ethers. What else do we have here? We have some React icons. We need to be able to get the contract address from our configuration file. And then we also need to import that use MetaMask hook that we created. So on the index.tsx page, we're going to basically just paste this. Let's see here. This is on the tickets page. We're just basically going to replace everything that's here with these new imports on the tickets.tsx page. Yeah. Somehow I got some of these paths wrong, but they're super easy to fix. Oh, we need to add the components here. Sorry about that. Screw it, we'll do it live. All right. So we've got those imports in. So these imports will give us access again to our connected wallet state, the Next.js router, so that we can force a page refresh only after a successful mint, of course. We need to have access to our smart contract through the ETH tickets factory. That's going to be a typed version of our smart contract so that we never call the wrong method, we never pass the wrong arguments to it. And that's using type chain, again, that we've set up for you. And we've also imported the ethers library to get a provider and signer for interacting with the blockchain through our contract methods. And so on line 28 of the tickets.tsx file, we're going to add some additional local state here. Yeah, right here. I'm going to format that. And directly below the code that we just added, we're going to add a function called mint ticket. So this is the function that's actually going to be calling out to our smart contract and minting our tickets. Right? We've got some try catches set up around calling that mint NFT function. So that if it errors, we know about it and we can set errors. And as well, once the transaction is complete, we can reload the page, we can set is minting to false, and we're also kind of console logging some stuff out there as well. So again, that's going to go right underneath our tickets type component. Right underneath all of those pieces of state that we just set up. All right, so now we have a mint NFT a mint ticket function that we can call from our button. So the final thing we need to do is we need to find that button that's on the page and just update it. Basically, the only thing that it's not doing is calling that minting function. Here it is on line 72. So as you can see, all that we did is add an on-click handler that calls that mint ticket function. So at this point, I should be able to go back over to my application. And although we're not going to see the tickets show up whenever we mint them, what we will be able to see, hopefully, if everything's working correctly, the Wi-Fi keeps yelling at me. We should be able to see some console messages pop up if we've actually minted a ticket correctly. Uh-oh. All right, so I've had this problem before. So one of the issues that I'm having right now is that before I came to the workshop, I had, this is part of being a developer. So our Ganache service here, I feel like MetaMask is kind of out of phase with our local Ganache instance. The easiest way that I know how to fix this, and I know it's kind of silly to do this, but I'm going to restart my computer really quickly, because I've had 3 different versions of this application running all at one time, and I feel like it's confused. So bear with me for one moment. There's also some stuff that you can do, kind of go into the wallet and reset the wallet and then rerun everything, but I've found that the easiest way to kind of rejigger everything is just to restart my computer. And hopefully we won't have that issue when we come back. I'll have to log back into my wallet and start up the service again really quickly. Hopefully none of you will have that problem since you haven't been running this application in several different places on the same computer in the same day. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place here. See how many I have set up here. Ugh. I believe this is the one we were doing. Yep. Perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do really quickly is restart the npm run local. And then npm run dev. And again, I'll need to go and take this contract address, copy it over to the config page here. Make sure that's updated. Looks like it gave me the same contract address. All right, let me try this one more time. So it looks like I'm connected to the right account. And if anyone was wondering, I might not have went over this, and hopefully you knew what to do, and I'm so sorry that I didn't go over this, but these private keys right here, these are all wallets that you can use to test your application. I've just copied one of these and added it by going to import account and just typing in the private key there. So let's try this one more time and hope that everything works now. All right, so you're going to have to bear with me while I troubleshoot this. Has anyone got to this part and it's working? Nobody? It's not working for you either? All right. I can't hear you. Hold on a second. Well, that's good. At least I got a console message here. Oh, yeah. Let's see. ETH JS query while formatting output value. So I'm going to try to restart the wallet real quickly. It's under advanced, right? There we go. Reset account. I'm also going to do one other thing here. I'm going to remove this account real quick and just set it up again. right, so I'm going to go into my terminal here. I'm going to use this private key right here and just import it again. Start up the server. Hopefully I get this working. Yep, now we just need to disconnect and connect again. To the right wallet. All right, so I'm pretty sure it created a NFT that time. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to comment out this router reload real quick because I won't be able to see the console message while that's there. So I'll mint a VIP ticket. Again, hopefully you shouldn't run into that issue. All right, so we have minting accepted, minting complete, mined, and then it has an object here. Actually, if we set this instead of tx to tx.hash, we should actually see the actual hash come up next time we mint a ticket. So that just kind of verifies that we've actually minted a ticket, and there we can see the hash from that transaction. So again, one of the issues that I've been having here is that when I was creating this workshop, I had like several different projects open, and they were all running kind of local, basically local versions of Ethereum on my computer. And I was running them all, like I was building the project while I had another one running, and I think it just gets confused. And so you have to kind of close out of some stuff. And again, I found the easiest ways to restart my computer. But as you saw, I also had to kind of delete one of my accounts and add it back. This is just, you know, some of the things that developers face when they're trying to put an application together. There was nothing we had done wrong, really. It was just that we had too many things going on at one time. And to be honest, I don't even know what the problem is. I just know that it works now, and the code is actually fine. Anyway, so let's move on. All right, I do have to find where I was in this page again, so bear with me 1 minute. It's one thing to give a talk and to do a live demo, but to give a workshop and get through the entire thing without having any issues is, it's pretty much non-existent. It never happens. So thank you for bearing with us. We might have lost a few people. It's okay. They might not make it as developers. All right. We're way past that. We've done that. All right, here we are. All right, so we just hooked up that button disable component, or we set up the button so that it would call the mint ticket function. And as you saw when we minted the ticket, we did see this down in the console. But that's not a really good user experience for our users, right? When our user mints the NFT, you know, we're disabling the button while it's minting. That's a pretty decent user experience. But when the minting is done, they don't see anything, and they shouldn't have to check their console to know that they've minted one of our tickets. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a final component that will display any of the NFTs at the bottom of the page. And how this works, I want to go back and just show one thing really quickly here. We had to have the foresight when we were setting up our NFT contract to create a public function in here that we could call at any time to be able to basically, here, let's find it down here. So this generate NFT SVG by token ID. Yes, it's a long method name, but what's basically happening here is whenever they mint one of our tickets, we run through and we generate the SVG that makes up the ticket. But we also want to have a function that we can call in order to pass it a token ID, which we've gotten by calling wallet of owner. So follow with me for a second here. When we call wallet of owner and we pass it an address, like what is my MetaMask address, it will give me back an array of all the NFTs from this contract that I own. I can then take those individual token IDs, pass them to this method down here, this public method, and I can get back an SVG version of that ticket. And I can then use that in the front end of my application and display it on the screen, and I can iterate over all of those and show them all the tickets that they already owned. So as they mint a new ticket, once it's done minting, we can then call that function and display their NFT on the page for them. So let's go ahead and do that now. So yeah, we're almost done with kind of the setup here. So we're going to add one or two more styled components. Is it just one more? Yeah, we're going to add one called ticketsowned.js. All right, so we're going to go here to the styled components directory and add ticketsowned.js. I think I spelled that right. I hate using my my keyboard on my Mac. It's the worst. All right. So this is just going to display a CSS grid and repeat through some rows and columns for us, and then we're going to spit out those tickets and use that grid to display them. Finally, in our index.tsx file, we need to add a final component called tickets owned. So we actually need to go and create this tickets owned file really quickly. I have, by the way, noticed that there are a few pieces of code that if you paste in, the paths are slightly incorrect, and you've been seeing me kind of reformat them on the fly. So as soon as I'm done with this workshop, I will go through and fix those to make sure that they work correctly, so that if you want to refer to this at a later time after the conference, there will be no issues and you can walk right through the instructions without any problem. All right, so this is the tickets owned, and we're just going to go over it a little bit really quickly. So we're using ethers again, Next.js images. All this is that instead of using an image tag, we're actually using the Next.js component for image and passing it some information. Let's make sure that this thing is going to the right place, and this one as well. Again, I'll fix these things for you guys. And we have to add components right here. I'll try to have all those fixed by the end of the night. All right. And since this is a TSX file, right, since we're in TypeScript, to be able to create a collection of these tickets that they owned, we're doing some basic stuff here. We're creating a piece of state called ticket collection. And we are also getting a provider and a signer, right, because we need to be able to call out to our Ethereum contract by using this ETH tickets factory, which again is a type-safe version of our contract that we can use in our JavaScript. And we are calling that wallet of owner. Like I said, we pass the wallet of owner method inside of our contract, the address of the wallet that we have in state because we're managing our own state in our application. And then we are basically mapping over this owned tickets object and basically building another variable that contains an array of all the tickets, and those are called tickets retrieved. So these are, tickets retrieved is like an object that just, as we call out to that wallet of owner and we find out all of the tickets that we owned, this just puts them all into an array, and it'll have the token ID, it'll have an image, that's that SVG image that we get back from the other method that we call. So I know that there's a lot more going on there. You can go over that code yourself. If you understand basic JavaScript, you should be able to make sense of it. But that's pretty much all we're doing. Again, calling wallet of owner, getting all the IDs of the tokens that we own from that contract, and then calling that function that returns that SVG, and then we're going to display those all in a grid fashion. So now with that done, let's just make sure that we have added tickets owned to the sorry, let's just go over to our index.tsx, and we just basically need to add tickets owned down here. We don't have to pass this one anything, it's just a component that we're pulling in, and we can basically copy this and paste it and just rename it because it's in the same place. So tickets owned, and then tickets owned. All right. I believe that that's everything that we need to do. If it's not, it will give us an error and tell us we have to do something else, but I'm pretty sure we're good to go now. So if we go to localhost 3000, look, see now all of those tickets that I had minted earlier are now there, right? So the ticket, this SVG that you're seeing right here, is the exact representation of that NFT that we own on the blockchain, right? It is no different. So this SVG, yes, it's stored on that blockchain. It does cost a little bit more to deploy a contract and to mint NFTs where the image of that NFT is stored on the blockchain, but there are actual practical uses for that. And one thing is, like, when I want an NFT to live on the blockchain forever and never have to worry about an IPFS link that's going to maybe get uncached from somewhere or disappear, and then the picture of my ticket goes away, by storing an SVG on the blockchain. And notice it's not like super, like these aren't very like nice looking, but you can actually do quite a bit with SVGs. Like I have like a gradient background on the back here. Also, I've made the color background for like the VIP ones purple and the other ones blue. And again, all of that is just logic inside of the contract that's looking at what kind of ticket that they just minted, and then deciding like what value of color to put on that background. Or here is like the 1000, 1001. It's actually printing out their ticket number. It also prints their wallet address right on the ticket, and whether it's a GA or VIP. So although there are probably a lot of other things that you would want to have if you're running an event and you're creating online tickets for that event, security measures. You might want to build a back end that manages all the tickets that you've sold, and maybe has a way for when the person comes to the event for someone to either scan a QR code or for them to log into a DApp and connect with their wallet to show that they're the person who actually bought that ticket. At the very least, you could tell that they had this ticket on their phone, or if you wanted to connect into the DApp, and you could see that they are the owner of this ticket, because you can match like the, I guess the wallet address with the type of ticket and the ticket number, which are all unique things when they're put together. So that is kind of the end. I know that it was a lot. I know that we had some issues while we were building it. But the one thing that I would say, and I know I've kind of already said it before, is that the thing that I don't think you get enough out of demos that are kind of Web3 demos, especially if you're coming from the Web2 world and you're getting into Web3 for the first time, is like, what are the best practices for actually managing? Sorry, that's my phone. I was like, whose phone is going off? It's mine. You don't really get a lot of, I don't find a lot of demos out there that really give you a good idea of how to manage your wallet state, how to kind of, in a mono repo, have your blockchain code, your smart contracts, all type safe in a Next.js application, which you could also create a backend inside of this application and do more with it. I'd love to see if someone wants to take this application to the next level, make changes in it. Maybe you're just good at HTML and CSS. Maybe you can do a lot better than I am. I'd love to see that. Maybe you're a smart contract guy and I've done a lot of shit wrong here. Well, do it better. Optimize that SVG. Maybe you're a backend developer and you have a good idea of how to build an admin dashboard for something like this. So these are a lot of things that Guillaume and I are thinking about doing and taking this application a little bit further, and maybe by the time that we have another workshop, we can put something a little bit more compelling and a little bit more scaled together that is a little bit more real world and not just a simple demo. But I think we worked really hard on this one to get it this far. We feel like it's a good start, a good starting point, and especially for Web 2 devs that are getting into Web 3. So with it working now and the code here, I would ask, does anyone have any major questions? Did anyone have any major issues? Does anyone need help with getting the application running? I think the best thing if you attend a workshop is to walk away with working code. And if you don't have working code on your machine right now, like we could come around and help you out. Outside of that, does anyone have any questions? We can go around with the microphone. Is that a hand? No. All right. Let's see here. So I would like to display a QR code for you guys. I have to open up my Telegram though. So this is a QR code. If you don't have any questions, and you've made it this far for the workshop, you're still here, we'd love for you to come and scan our QR code. There's a form that has just a couple of questions about the workshop. If there was anything that you didn't like, you can be super honest with us. You can tell us, hey, I didn't like copying and pasting React code. I think that your contract could have been better. I don't know. Like, give us honest feedback, because we'd love to make, again, more compelling demos. We'd like to be able to come out to these workshops and give you guys really good examples of how to use MetaMask, and also show you all the latest technology that we're playing with. I would assume that a lot of you guys haven't heard of MetaMask SDK, so I would definitely check out that as well. We have several talks here at the conference this week. We have a talk on MetaMask Snaps, which is basically extensions, or you can extend the functionality of MetaMask through plugins in the Chrome extension. So we have a talk on MetaMask Snaps. We have a talk on MetaMask, the MetaMask DAO, which is if you're building technology out there that uses MetaMask, you can get funding for your project. And then we also have a talk, a 15-minute talk by Jyoti on the MetaMask SDK, which just kind of shows a little bit of the stuff that we showed today, kind of what MetaMask SDK can do for you, how to join the beta for that. But if you're in the workshop already, you already know what the NPM package is. It's MetaMask SDK. You can just go there. There's an NPM page. And if you guys have any questions, you can always reach out to me, HTTP Junkie on Twitter, or Guy Bibeau on Twitter. And thank you guys very much for coming out. Please, if you can, give us feedback.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. Hey, Eric. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So my question is I'm more of a backend developer.
Backend developer?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a blockchain developer, but I'm not much proficient in the front end. And for me, it has been always a challenge considering the front end that I want to work for. When it comes
Web
to
2 is hard
Web
enough on the
3.
front end.
Yeah,
Web 3 on the front end.
I actually work on AngularJS.
Angular?
AngularJS, the 1.6 one.
What?
1.6. Yeah. So that's a legacy.
Okay.
I mean, that's a product that has been for.
Yeah, no, I worked on AngularJS 1 too. As well. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So recently when it comes to Web3, I have to make a choice of choosing a particular framework, maybe like React or so. What would be your preference?
React for sure. React or maybe like what I see people using the most is React, Vue, and maybe something like Svelte, but I don't even think really. And I think React, like they did like a Web3 poll. I don't remember where it was, but they kind of reached out to Web3 developers and asked them what framework most of them are developing on, and I think the answer was mostly React. And I also see a lot of applications being built with Next.js, but again, Next.js is just a kind of a framework around React. So React. You're going to find, if you're getting into Web3, you're going to find the most examples of how to build Web3 applications built around React. Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen that. But
Where do you work that you work on Angular 1?
So it's called Wetink. It's actually a product for creating and teaching, conducting classes around what do you say?
So it's like courses and teaching. Yeah. So they just have a legacy application.
Yes. The front end is on AngularJS and the back end is on Scala. So, but I used to be a blockchain developer. Then I started working for this company. So I started to be a full stack. But I do do my blockchain projects in between, like get in touch with it.
I feel for you, man. So I worked on Angular 1 back in 2014. And I remember having to work on that application for several years after that, and them not wanting to upgrade to Angular, which was very frustrating. I can't imagine doing it in 2022. But so I like a lot of props that.
Yeah, putting into some thoughts about like migrating into the 7, 8.
Yeah.
These days, but it's really challenging.
Awesome. Yeah, man. I would go with React. Have you started learning React?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, have you started using Next.js?
So the funny thing is that I initially started using Next.js. Then that's when I realized that it's React. Then I need to learn React, right?
Yeah.
So I thought I'll clear my basics on React, get started with that, then come to Next.js.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do, especially when you're getting started, is to really focus on React and build build all of your projects as much as you can using either a custom React build or maybe even something like Create React App. I know a lot of people are going to hate me for saying that, but if you're just doing basic React learning, there's no problem with doing that. Once you start building production applications, you should only be going to something like Next.js whenever the project has requirements where you need to have server-side rendering or static site generation, etc. Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody? Any questions on the project? Anyone need help? Any feedback anyone wants to give out loud? Raise your hands if you got something value out of this today, or some value out of this today. Okay, we got a few. All right, awesome. As long as a few people raise their hand, that's all I care about. I really would say that if anything in this application are things that you haven't done before, at least take the repo home, keep it on your machine. If you're building other Web3 applications that are in React, stuff in this repo will come in handy. And if you'd like to contribute to it, we also take contributions. But if no one else has any questions, I want to thank you all for coming out. Please, please, please take a picture of the QR code and give us any feedback that you can. It's super helpful to us. It really helps us as a DevRel team to know what kind of content to bring to you guys in the future. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Now I'm very stressed. Hi everyone. I'm super stressed because it's the first time that I talk in public, so thank you so much for being here. And it's good that there's not a lot of people because I'm super, super, super stressed. So I hope we meet your expectation. So the title of our talk is Scaling the Voluntary Carbon Market with Blockchain Data Analysis. I'm Giorgio Alessandro Donadagnoni. I take care of the legal side of some different projects. And I also help Klima and C3. And here we have Cujo, which is a subgraph developer and Solidity developer that basically takes care of the policy and how the treasury works in KlimaDAO. And he will take care of the developer part. So I just wanted to give you like a quick introduction regarding Klima, which is a protocol that grew a lot. We launched almost a year ago, actually more than a year ago, the 18th of November 2021. And the goal of Klima is to facilitate the access to carbon markets. So basically, how do we do that? Klima is a protocol that takes the carbon offsets, which represents 1 ton of removed or avoided emission of carbon CO2 in the emission. And as it leaves on the registry to the certificate itself, brings it on chain, and bringing it on chain through an incentives with the token allows the supply to be reduced, therefore the price of the certificate to go up. Why the price, this is fine, we can go there after. Okay. So why it's good if the carbon offsets get appreciated in price? This is actually an amazing thing, and it's something that gives like you know, it's very good also for our planet. That's why. Let me explain you why. So I don't know if you're familiar with carbon offsets, but if I have, let's say, a forest in the Amazon, okay, and you know, a producer come to me and he just wants to cut it down, I just sell it to them, like this is what the people do, right? But if we manage to have like a price that is high for carbon offsets, at that point, it would be more interesting for the people to keep the forest and produce the carbon offsets rather than selling them away for wood or whatever. So there will be more forest and there will be less pollution. The price of the carbon credits will go up, and then it would be possible like to sell it to companies, which already happens, but the prices are low. So if the prices go up of the carbon offsets, the company will therefore be less incentivized in buying carbon offsets. So what companies will do will basically start ESG programs, so energy savings program, in order to reduce the pollution. So this is it seems like big, but basically the protocol brought on chain 25 million carbon credits, which means 25 million tons of CO2 avoided in the atmosphere. So this is a huge result and ended up in the spike of the price of the carbon in November and December last year, and a rush to all the people in the carbon market. So before that, this was not possible because the carbon credit market is gated, meaning that you need like a special account, you need like a middleman, you need like a lot of difficult things, and you cannot do an instant purchase like the slide is showing here. While on the blockchain, if everything is in the blockchain, what you need is just a MetaMask, right? So this is basically democratize the assets to the voluntary carbon market. Also, if you think about it, like if there is more than one registry, the market is fragmented, while with Klima in our protocol, it's just one source of liquidity. Blockchains, I don't think that it, you know very well that blockchains enables transparency while the normal markets, they don't. So we have a huge advantage from the use of the protocol. So how does the on-chain carbon market work? So we have different kind of tools which basically are used from users, institutional players, banks, and carbon desks that they are made out of data and analysis of the data, which is not my part. So I give you just a quick introduction, and then I will be back after for the result and what we've done in this past year. So I'll give everything to Cujo, who will explain you.
Yeah, so the infrastructure we have in terms of how do you get carbon credits on chain from how they are today. There are, we've got different bridge providers, namely Moss, Toucan, and C3. And how this works is, they'll take a credit from the existing registry. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. So we'll take, an existing, it takes T3 for example. We'll take, credits that exist on registry, mint an NFT, and then, move and draw a one-to-one correlation between what existed in, on say Vera, and then bring those on chain and mint those back, so we have a verifiable link between the two. And then once these project tokens are on chain, we can pool them into different assets and retire them just as we normally would. And CleanMeDAO as a whole, the protocol's goal is to create and foster the liquidity pools for these different tokens and these different project types. You could have, as Giorgio was talking about, you could have a forestry type credit. You could have a renewable energy type credit. Cook stoves, improved cook stoves for some tribes that reduce the carbon that's emitted when they cook. That would be a good example of different types of pools we want to have. The bonding mechanism lets us increase that liquidity over time. Project developers who invest in these projects would have they have a much wider view into what the actual prices are and what the liquidity is that they could have access to on an immediate scale, rather than having to take a bet, a larger bet on future prices. And as we all know, data is the new thing that what we're powering today. So with all of these transactions that come over, as we bridge the carbon, we can utilize we utilize some subgraphs, and that's kind of what I've worked on, to pull all that data together. And then one of my other colleagues has worked on the state of code tokenized carbon dashboard. And this really gives a nice high-level view into the carbon market, and specifically the on-chain carbon market that doesn't exist in the current world. So here you can see, we've got a fair number of projects from China and Canada and Brazil, but we have carbon that's this carbon credits have been generated all over the world, bridged on chain. One of the other things that this tool allows us to do is drive into these commoditized pools and see exactly which years and types of removals were created. This and then utilizing some of the infrastructure that we've built as well in terms of retiring allows for you to be more selective on what carbon you're retiring rather than just the default. And yeah, we're able to look, we've got this up to where this dashboard updates daily, whereas in legacy markets, it's all about surveys, getting those surveys back, tabulating the surveys, and there'd be quite a large lag time. Like I was looking in Discord today, part of the Toucan pools is if somebody selectively retires, there's an extra fee to help boost the level of quality and bring the average vintage of those credits in the pool up, and that happened to be about 50,000. And so somebody was looking at it today and said, "Hey, what's this?" So the fact that we can see that happen in real time and not have to search through a Vera registry is a huge improvement. In terms of integrations that we've built out, I also wrote the current retirement aggregator, and it's just it's a Solidity contract that kind of helps simplify and take a lot of these multiple steps and turns it down into where all a user would have to do is come in and say which token you want to use to offset with, which pool you want to use. We've got default swap paths that exist, so it will do the swap for you on the DEX that the tokens trade on. Acquire the carbon, retire it with the information, a beneficiary, a specific message that you want to go with it, all in one transaction. This is just kind of this is a quick screenshot of the interface we have. You can see it's pretty. It's designed to be pretty simple and user-friendly, and as of last week, we actually also introduced the option to just pay with a credit card directly, in case you didn't have anything bridged onto Polygon. So part of this is what all this infrastructure leads up to is we've got a voluntary carbon market, and we're trying to build a stack that people can programmatically and easily integrate with. And one of the latest integrations we've had is with SushiSwap on Polygon. So you can go and opt in to be to have your swaps be to be offset the carbon that's emitted by the transaction. That's all routed into our contract. We utilize Chainlink to come in every week and retire those, and so that's just we're just starting to build an easy to integrate programmatic solution to offsetting carbon.
Great. Yeah. So basically, that was the more technical part. So basically, what is the impact that our protocol did so far? So these are basically our numbers. So we have 18.5 million tons of carbon credits in our treasury. We're not talking about price, but yeah, you can make your own, your own mind about that. We have more than 70,000 wallets active or dormant, but yeah, like say half and half. And more than 100 organizations, they're achieving sustainability through our program, which is called Climate Infinity. And as we were talking before, we published this tokenized carbon dashboard that is in use from the biggest VCM players, institutions, and banks in order to keep track of all the projects that they're available on chain. Basically, that's it. So I know that carbon credits is a very, very technical discussion and argument, and not all of you might know them, but believe me when I say that in the next 5 to 10 years is going to be the next topic with the ESG, and it's also good for the planet because especially presenting this in a Middle Eastern country makes me feel even like more involved in this, because the Middle Eastern countries, they're going to be the countries that are going to be affected more from the climate change, starting from the fact that Dubai is at sea level and the fact that it's already hot in the summer, so it can get even hotter. So this is the moment that we need to act. This is the moment that we need to think about like offsetting and solution for the climate change. Of course, you need to believe in that, but if we don't, and if we don't do anything, something will change. You're already seeing all the effects that, they're happening, like crazy tornadoes or like crazy summer. In Europe, we got some, like, I think that 2 weeks ago in Milan, which is a pretty cold city, at half of November, there were, 24 degrees. So it's really a way that can be very impactful, and you can do it like through the blockchain in a transparent way, in a very easy way, because what you need is just like, I don't know, $5, $10 USDC, sorry, on MetaMask and connect on our website. So we really have to act, and there's no point of turning back. And we really hope that with what we've done and what we can do more, we can be impactful on Earth, because that's actually the planet where we're living in, and we really want to do something. So again, it's very technical. I'm sorry if we bored you, but we hope that maybe this talk will give you the chance of study a little bit more about clima and about carbon offsets and climate change. And thank you so much for coming and for your attention. If you have some question, we're here, but I think that maybe it's better if we do it in private, as there's so much to talk about. Thank you so much.